So, manager at TEDx Holloway. Thank you guys for coming on the cold Saturday. So as I said, I'm the manager. We have Gina, wonderful Gina, co-curator, and James, marvelous James, second co-curator. So as you may know or expect, the theme this year is expectations. So, yeah.
So without further ado, we have approximately about 10 speakers today. Unfortunately, we have had one drop out, so if you are expecting somebody else to attend, we do apologise, but due to logistic purposes, they weren't able to attend with us today. What I will say is that our theme this year is expectations, and our title is TEDxpectations, so I'm sure you enjoyed that as much as we did. What I will say is that this year, we have tried to keep quite a breadth and wide scope in regards to the term expectations, because we wanted it to be quite accessible but also really interesting for the audience members, and we hope that you do agree in regards to the talks that we have. Many people, when we've kind of spoken to them, not only personally but just around campus, we said, are you aware of TEDx and do you know what it is? 9 times out of 10, I think you ladies would agree, people have turned around and said to us, no. So we're going to play you a short video to explain what TEDx is. For those of you that are aware, that's great, and it's just going to reinforce the kind of TED brand and how we, as the X part, fall into that. So without further ado, we hope you enjoy.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
So just as a pleasant reminder, for those of you who have joined us late or forgotten to do so, please make sure that your phones are on silent, because we don't want to disturb any of the talks that we have going on. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome our first speaker, Jodie, who's going to set things off with her perspective on expectation and how that's really kind of changed her life. So a round of applause for Jodie.
I'd like to encourage you to take a nice deep breath in, actually. I always start my talk by inviting you guys to take a really nice big deep breath into your body and arrive in the room. Arrive in the room. 8 years ago, I came out of the closet. And when that happened, I felt instantly free. I felt expansive, and my wings had spread out. They'd been unclipped. I felt like I could express myself in a new way. I felt authentic with my message. And I felt like I didn't need to keep running and chasing and searching for things anymore. Actually, I'd found what I was looking for all along. Myself. My partner understood. luckily. He said he was open to it. And I said I would share all the experiences that I was having with him and that he could participate anytime he wanted to. And he was in. He was in. As a natural broadcaster, I love sharing things with the world. I love sharing everything, actually. I talk a lot and overshare a lot too. And by the way, I want to clear something up right now. What I'm talking about is coming out of the spiritual closet. And that might not sound like a big deal for some of you in this room, but for me it was massive. It was huge, because there are so many connotations about spirituality. And I somehow believe that the more spiritual I became, the more I had to change as a person. The more white robes and hemp clothes I'd have to wear. And I think there was a certain part of me who was afraid of being rejected by friends and being judged and being criticized and having to radically change who I was as a person. And how wrong I was. Because actually, what I then went on was a deep, personal, profound journey that took me away from my corporate job in advertising to doing what I do now, founding and scaling a successful self-development and coaching business in a highly conscious way. Conscious, meaning that I tune in to decisions before they're made, that we have a high level of communication, and if we mess up, we own the mess and we move on, or we try to. Here's what I have realized about spirituality and what it means to live a spiritual life. There's confusion, there's misunderstanding about what it means. And looking round at you guys today, I'd imagine that you would label yourself as either not spiritual. Having chatted to some of you, I know that you would label yourself as being spiritual. And maybe some of you would say that you dibble-dabble. And I guess what dibble-dabble means is that you might have tried yoga once or twice, and maybe you couldn't touch your toes, so you gave up. Or you might have tried meditation once or twice, and then you decided that you were the only person in the world that had a busy mind, and so therefore meditation didn't work on you. Believe it, I've heard all the excuses in the book. Meditation's a practice, though. We need to keep at it. Anyway, I'd love for you to put your hands up right now if you would define yourself as being a spiritual person. What about those of you that are skeptical and not spiritual? What about those of you who dibble-dabble? Got some dibble-dabblers in the room. Good. So there's confusion about spirituality, and most of us are confused, including myself at times. Because I, in the past, have bought into, like some of you, weird and wonderful concepts about what it means to be spiritual. And also, there's an idea that we have to be religious to be spiritual in some cases. And if we're not religious or we've turned our back on religion, then it also very often means that we've turned our back on spirituality. But what I'm here to say today is that you don't need to be religious to be spiritual. In case you didn't know that already, you don't need to be. Spirituality is a part of you already. You don't need to go off to a monastery and meditate for 6 months to be spiritual. Spirituality is a part of you already. You don't have to go off and buy hemp clothes and white robes like I was afraid of doing in the beginning, because it's inside of you already. Spirituality is you. It's a part of who you are. Here's what I learned in the beginning, what made it more obvious to me. You have a brain, right? And a mind. And the mind is the brain in action. You have a heart with emotions and feelings, and they are the heart in action. You have an amazing physical body with energy running through you, cascading through you all the time. You get an instruction from the mind to the body, and then you move, you're inspired. Energy flows through you so you can move the body in action. And you also have a soul, a spirit. Call it whatever you want. Life force energy, passion for life, lust for life, excitement, enthusiasm. It's what lights you up. It sets you alight. You have this spiritual aspect. So, to me, it doesn't make sense when people say I'm not spiritual, because it's part of you, whatever you want to define it as. Mind, body, soul. Spirituality isn't a label. It's part of you already. I would say that it's an enhancer rather than an inhibitor. It turns up the volume on who you are as a person, gives you more energy, and it's a practice. It's a way of life. Don't get hung up on the labels. God, divinity, divine, higher source, higher power. There are so many. Spirituality is whatever you make it. I call it being in flow. And I do everything from a place of flow. I run a successful business. I have business meetings. I negotiate. I forecast. I do forecasting from a spiritual place. I write contracts. I've written a book. I interview guests on my podcast. I do everything from a spiritual place because I believe that it makes me more energized and gives me a higher purpose and makes me more excited about everything that I do, and it feels effortless when I'm in this place of flow. I told you that 8 years ago I came out of the spiritual closet. And I'll tell you how that happened. It happened in the Amazon jungle in Peru, where I worked with an indigenous tribe and I drank a powerful, hallucinogenic, psychoactive brew called ayahuasca. Has anyone heard of ayahuasca? Put your hands up if you have. Oh, nice. Anyone taken ayahuasca? Yeah, okay. For those of you that don't know, ayahuasca is not to be taken lightly. It's an experience. My personal experience was that it opened me up. And if you're anything like me, you may be or have been pretty disconnected from your emotions and feelings in the past. You may have found it hard to tell someone that you love them or describe how you feel in that moment. It's safe to say that after the ayahuasca, my heart was blown wide open. And it was like I suddenly woke up. And the world was different. It was vivid. The colours were vivid. I was more tuned into myself than ever before. Now, people who take ayahuasca have said that they describe it as an experience of being reborn or being more tuned in to their purpose than ever before. And that is exactly what happened to me, because after that I left my corporate job and I started a new career and my whole life changed. Ayahuasca does things like rid the body of physical impurities, fear-filled beliefs, blockages in the body. It's pretty amazing. But I want to caveat that and say that you don't need to go to Peru and take ayahuasca to have a spiritual experience, just in case you're wondering. You don't need to do that. I've had so many powerful spiritual experiences through practicing things like meditation. Who practices meditation in the room? Through things like coaching sessions, seminars, flotation chambers. I'm a bit of a self-improvement junkie, as you can tell. But you don't need to go to the jungle to have a powerful and profound experience. So, there are many things that I've learned along my spiritual journey, and I wanted to share 3 things with you right now, in the hope that it will inspire some of you to leave this room today and, maybe change something in your life. But let's see how we go. So the first thing I wanted to talk to you about is being present. My question to you right now is, are you 100% here right now? Are you 100% here in this room listening to me right now? Or are you, like I was, 50% here and 50% somewhere else? It's a really great question to ask yourself when you're at a lecture, when you are listening to something like this, when you're learning something new, because part of us wants to check out all the time. So through asking yourself repetitively, am I 100% here right now? What you will find is that more and more of you comes into this present moment. And you know what? Life's pretty good when you're present. It's fulfilling. Life gives back to you. But you want to be fully here, fully present. So I'd like to invite you to ask yourself, if you haven't already, that question, and also ask yourself, am I 100% in my relationships? Am I 100% in my friendships? Am I 100% in these negotiations that I'm doing right now? It's very good to train yourself to be present. Showing up in life. Who inspires you? Might be someone famous, might be a world leader, might be a politician. Who inspires you right now? For me, I'm inspired by Beyonce, because she's doing really amazing things on stage, and I feel like my vision is to be whatever she is, or that version of she. I'm really feeling myself moving towards Beyonce. And so what I do is I ask myself, how would I show up right now if I was Beyonce? And that might sound like a crazy question, but believe me, it makes me show up. So if I'm doing a product launch or anything with my business, and I really want it to go well, sometimes I even ask myself, how would I show up if I was Beyonce in Wembley Stadium? And believe you me, I am showing up in full power when that happens. You know, life is uncomfortable at times. It can be a roller coaster. We get thrown things left, right, and center. If you can show up when things are tricky and know that everything's an experience, then you're going to be able to move through that experience much faster versus getting stuck with it being an experience. So, how can you show up in your life as if you were whoever your version of Beyonce is. This might sound like a no-brainer to some of you. Practice. The clients that I work with, the ones that get the consistent results, are the ones who have a powerful practice that they follow. And they're committed and diligent, and they stay on track. And yet, meditation's amazing in the morning to do. Another amazing tool, though, is reading out a script in the morning. Because you are creating your life right now through the words that you use, the feelings that you feel, the emotions that you experience. So how can you change your life script so that when you wake up first thing in the morning, you are putting yourself into the most positive frame of mind that you can? And maybe your script sounds a little bit like this, to give you a clue. And I use very positive words. Hopefully it will resonate. You might say something like, yes, 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 yes. When I get up, I say yes 10 times. Yes, 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 yes. When I wake up, my thoughts are naturally positive. And I'm excited. I feel excited in my body about the day ahead. I'm so grateful for everything going on in my life right now. I am so supported, and everyone around me is cheering me on. I've got so much energy every morning. I'm so excited, I don't know what to do with myself. How does it get any better than this? Indeed. How does it get any better than this? We have one life that we know of. I believe in reincarnation, of course I do, but it's this life that matters. It's this life that's important. Who you are now and who you aspire to be. I have a question. Are you willing and ready to grow and expand and transform and tap into a higher version of who you are and feel excited about life and excited about everything that you've got going on? Because you know what? You matter. You matter. We're going through big global changes right now, unsettling times. We can either go into fear around it, or we can go into optimism, even if it never feels optimistic. But how can you focus on being a more positive version of who you are and inspire yourself, inspire those around you, and inspire the world? Because God knows we need it right now. So, when you leave this room today, what is one thing that you can change in your life to make a big difference? I hope that I've inspired you today to maybe connect to more of your spiritual aspect, or maybe less of your spiritual aspect, and that's okay. It doesn't matter either way. But I'm hoping that you decide to take action on something today. Because the time is now, today. It's now or never, and it starts with you showing up 100% in your life. Thank you so much.
So thank you very, very much to Jodie. I think the talk is definitely inspirational and educational at the same time. I think we can all take away something from that particular talk. I myself, definitely my ears perked up when I heard the name Beyonce. I was like, yes, that's something that I think I probably have adopted, probably kind of like from a very young age of like, yeah, that's who my role model is. I hope that you guys can reflect on this, and we do have a short break after our next speaker, who I'll now introduce, which is Margot. So Margot, will you please join me, and a round of applause.
Hi, good morning. I'm going to start with a little experiment, actually, which is right on topic of the previous talk. So I'm going to invite you to close your eyes for the next minute or so. And just see if you can uncross your arms, uncross your legs, let them hang around your body a little bit. And we'll start by taking in a deep breath in through the nose and exhaling it out through the mouth. And doing that one more time, noticing how the breath is filling up your belly, your lungs, and exhaling and releasing. And breathing in for a count of 3, and sighing out. And now I just invite you to notice for the next few seconds or so how your body is feeling from the inside out. Maybe for the first time today, notice if there's any areas of tension, any tiredness, any excitement. Notice the weight of your body against the chair. And now I want you to think of the chain of decisions that led you to being to this TED Talk. See if you can mentally retrace every little event that led to you being here. From the first time you heard about it to every little decision that you took along the way. And as you do this, I'd like you to really think about what goal you had in mind as you were doing this. What is it that you were hoping to get out of today? Why is it that you're actually here? Why are you spending your Saturday here? And I'll give you another few seconds to think about that, and now I'm going to invite you to open your eyes again and just notice if anything's shifted in the way you feel, and if anything feels a little bit different. Maybe that might have been quite a surprising process, because you might actually have realized that you didn't even think about it before coming here, what you were actually hoping to get out of today. And it's quite surprising, actually, that you were completely unclear why you're spending your Saturday here. You hadn't really taken that step to consider what end goal you were hoping to achieve. And now, for a TED Talk, I don't think there's that much at stake, obviously, but I really believe that we spend most of our life going through our decisions on this autopilot mode without really taking the time to consider why we're making the choices that we're making. And I want to share with you a quote that I read recently and that really struck a chord with me, which was, people may spend their whole lives climbing the ladder of success, only to realize once they reach the top that the ladder was leaning against the wrong wall. Thomas Merton said that, and it really hit something deeply within me. And I think that's particularly important for us, for our generation. Most of you are students. We're young, and whether we like it or not, we're making the decisions right now that are going to shape most of our lives. Each little decision that we take can send us on 2 completely different paths. And I'm not saying this because I want to add any more pressure to you, because I really know how much pressure there is already. But I think it's so important for us to really consider whose expectations we're busy checking right now, and to really become clear if the path that we're following is the one that we really want to follow for ourselves. And so I want to be an advocate for you today of the power of taking a pause. And if you're not convinced yet of the power of pauses, I'd just like you to think about the revelations that you get just by taking a step back and going to the bathroom. Aren't those the moments where you get the most life-affirming thoughts? When you really take that step back and think about it. And now I'd like to share with you a story of what happened to me when I took that step back. Because 2 years ago, I was sitting in these exact same seats, just one university down the road in London, studying economics, and I was preparing for my summer internship, thinking I was either going to do consulting or banking. I was on the committee of a society and doing all these things that were expected of me. And something happened to me within these 2 years that completely shifted how I see what's available to our generation. And before I share that with you, I'd like to give you a little analogy, which is what happens when you train fleas, okay? So bear with me, because what happens when you put fleas in a jar, they'll jump. That's what fleas do, they jump. And they'll jump and continuously hit the top of the lid, as you can see in the video. They'll try to get out of the jar. But if you wait long enough, approximately 3 days, and then take off the lid, the fleas will never jump higher than the level of the lid. And actually, even their offsprings are never going to jump higher than where the lid was. And they're going to stay stuck in that jar. And so I want to share this analogy with you, because I believe that this is what's happening to our generation. The lid has been taken off in what we can do with our lives, and none of us are jumping. We're just like the fleas, we're staying inside. Now you might wonder, what do I know about this? So I'd like to fast forward to the present right now, and I'd like you to paint you a picture. I'd like you to come with me to an office. Maybe it's Canary Wharf, a really fancy office at the top of a skyscraper. You walk in, you open the door, and inside you see a group of people in suits, mainly men, as you'd expect, in those kind of settings. But there's something different. They're also wearing silent disco headphones. In front of them, there's a girl with a microphone. That girl is me. And I'm asking this group of executives to wiggle their body as if they were jellyfishes. Now, if you hear this, it might seem very surprising, but within the next 30 minutes, we'll alternate between having fake air guitars while listening to AC/DC, shaking out our whole body as if we were covered in pins and needles, and I'm going to make them look intensely into each other's eyes for the length of a song. Now, I see a few raised eyebrows, and I can tell that this is quite a surprising thought, but here we go. That's what I do. So some of you might think that this girl is a combination of weird, a bit delusional, and maybe a bit of a freak. But I've got a different narrative. What I really believe is that through music, through movement and connection, we can find back to a part of ourselves that is hidden beyond the armors that we're projecting. Now, why am I sharing this? Because this is what I do with my life, as crazy as it sounds now. I've started my own company, and basically, I run guided silent discos in the morning for teens. That's probably as irrational as it gets as a choice, and I still often think about it, as weird as that is. But taking that choice has really made me think about two things. First of all, it's connected me with such a deep sense of passion, and I still can't really explain it. It's like falling in love, except it's not a person, but a job. I wake up in the morning and I'm so excited to get out of bed. And then what it's made me realize as well is that if you really light that fire within you, people are going to want to help you. And you're going to open so many doors up for you. By doing this, not only do I make enough to support myself, but I've run this experience with some of the companies that I dreamt of working for before. At 21 years old, I've led leadership summits with FTSE 100 companies, teaching them silent disco. So I'm not saying this because I think you should all be running silent discos, but I really, truly believe that this is something that is available to each and every one of us. This fire, this passion within. Now, do I think it's going to be easy? Quite frankly, not at all. I can tell you that so many days I get tired of explaining to adults what it is that I do and getting really amused looks in return. You can tell they are not taking me seriously. I'm also petrified on most days, being so far out of my comfort zone. There's so many moments when I think, Is it too late for me to take a graduate program? Maybe I can just go back and do what everyone else is doing. There's days when I'm so nervous that I'd much rather stay in bed, and this morning was one of those days. But there's a fear that's bigger than that. And that fear is getting to the end of my life and thinking that I've lived the life based on the expectations of other people. The fear of getting to the end of it and thinking, I wasted my time here. Realizing that I didn't do anything that really, truly lit me up. And so that fear is stronger than any discomfort that I'm feeling at the moment. So if I can have one invitation for you today, is can you take a pause? Can you really reconsider which wall your ladder is leaning against? And no matter how far along that journey you are, you might know what that passion is already deep down. Or you might be completely clueless, like I was 2 years ago. But are you willing to make a commitment to yourself, to be curious to all those opportunities that are way beyond your jar at the moment? Are you ready to also make a completely irrational choice? Thank you.
So again, another amazing talk, and thank you once again to Margot for giving her her perspective on expectation and how that's really managed to kind of really change her life but impact it in a positive way. One thing that I really took for that was the aspect of the silent disco. I think we can probably see where the trend is going to go now and maybe decide where my musical choice would be. If you don't get it, it'll be Beyonce. So if you see me doing Single Ladies, that's what's happening. So I now like to introduce our entertainment aspect for the day, and I'd like to welcome on the Royal Holloway players that are gonna really, hopefully, grab your attention and really, I suppose, just mix things up a little bit different. So a round of applause for the Royal Holloway players.
Hello everyone, we are the Holloway players! Can I have a big cheer, big cheer? I know we've been doing lots of meditation and calm and lovely stuff, but I need lots of energy from you today. So I'm going to ask for one more big cheer. Woo! Come on, big cheer! There we go. I'm going to warm you up a bit, because the way we work is we're doing improv comedy here, and that means in a bit we're going to need ideas from you. So I'm going to warm you up. So first off, I want you to shout at me. Don't just shout at me. I'm going to give you a stimulus. That might be scary. Shout at me your favourite subject at school. Did you all hate school that much? Okay, let's do something a bit more fun. Shout at me your favourite flavour of ice cream. 3, 2, 1, go! Chocolate!
Mint chocolate.
Not chocolate there. Not chocolate, that's good. Okay, let's do another one. We'll keep it on expectation. What's the first thing that comes to your head when you think of expectations? 3, 2, 1, go! Scary. That's a big mood. No, that's honestly a big mood. Okay, I think you're sufficiently warmed up in this cold room, so we will get going. Can I have all three of you, please? We're going to play a game called Time Warp. The way this game works is we're going to have a live event that I'll ask you guys in a second, and I can control time. So I can go forward from that live event or back into the past, and whatever I say goes. I have a lot of fun as compare. So you two are our main characters and Samuel are our orcs, which means he can be any and every character. Okay, so from you guys, can I have a life event, please? Shout at me any life event.
Childbirth.
Right, I'm going to go up now. Let's do this. Life events. Come on, life events. Oh, what's this one here? Ooh, new job. I like that one. Okay, so I'm going to go for first day at a new job. When you are ready, begin.
Oh, it's my first day at a new job. Hello.
Sorry, why you're an hour late?
What time is it?
It's actually midnight.
Oh, I see. So you wanted me to come at 11?
Yeah. You know, it's for this, it's actually for the new Royal Holloway players.
Royal Holloway players, yes.
Yeah.
Back to the interview for the Royal Holloway players.
Yes, so I love comedy.
Right, okay, well that's really interesting because, you know, we're meant to be funny.
We're meant to be funny.
We're meant to be, we're trying really hard.
Oh, wrong room, sorry.
So what do I do? Where do I go?
Yeah, so basically every now and again we'll have a performance, we'll come there and we'll hope to God that people laugh.
So what time do you
Back to
want?
prison.
So why am I late? Why was I meant to come at 11?
Yeah,
What
so
is this about?
the performance actually happened already.
The performance has happened.
Yeah.
So why do I have an audience right
Back to
here?
prison when it was just them.
So why is there no audience? I think why have they left? Tell me.
So they all left because you're now, it's actually an hour and a half after.
It's an hour and a half,
Yeah,
so
after-
everybody's
after
gone.
it
Back to the performance.
Hello. How are we all
Back to the
doing?
performance when she wasn't there.
Yeah,
She was late.
I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry that we were. Sam!
Oh, wrong room, sorry.
Back to prison.
I'm very confused.
So basically.
If I'm late, why did you tell me to come at 12? Is this a setup?
Yes. Really?
Forward to when he reveals his grand master plan of the setup.
You've been pranked by the prank patrol!
Where's the camera?
There are cameras here. This person, she's a plant. That's not even a real person. It's a robot, look at them.
What?
Where's the plant?
Japanese peace lily.
Oh, it's very pretty.
That's so
Yeah.
nice.
You're going on YouTube, have millions of views. You thought this was a TED Talk? Ha!
Forward to when they're all on Prank Patrol together doing prank videos.
Okay, so to prank them real good, so you dress up as a gorilla.
Yes.
You're the plant.
I'm the plant.
We'll get to that later.
Okay.
You go. Plant. Oh, hello. Welcome to this veterinary school.
Oh,
I
can't wait to do things with animals.
Yeah. Oh, look at.
Oh, what? Is that a gorilla? That's terrifying! Ah!
Hey, no, I'm just a person.
I'm under there! Okay, so the game's for Sam and... Is it Sam and Jack? Should we do this one? Sam and Jack. Okay, cool. Okay, so this game is called Change. So we're going to do a completely normal scene, but I can change it whenever I want, because once again, I have power over these people. So I might say, Sam, how are you today?
Oh, good, thanks.
Change.
Oh, terrible.
Change.
I want to go home.
Change.
I didn't eat any breakfast. Oh, sorry.
And then to Jack, I might say, can you pack a bag for me, Jack?
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
Change action. Change action.
Oh.
Change action.
Sorry, can you just...
And then it's something a bit like that. So what I'm going to ask for you guys is a relationship. Any relationship at all. Shout them at me.
My wife and mother.
Have you got an agenda? any, come on. I will run up to the back row. Mr. Sam.
Love it. Mistress of wine.
Okay, I'm going to walk in. I want you, any relationships please. Any relationships, they could be rivals.
There's no one else's.
Okay, let's go with that one. We are going to go with the relationship of nurse and patient. So when you're ready, begin. Change action. Change action.
Oh, my leg.
Change action.
Hello, I'm a nurse today. What seems to be the issue?
I've actually got a really bad...
Change action. Change action.
What was the issue?
Sorry, I've got a really bad cold.
Sorry, 1 second.
Change action.
Wonderful.
What's the problem?
Do I get one of those as well?
Change!
Oh. Sorry.
Change!
No. So you've got a cold,
Yes,
yes?
sorry, yeah, so I've got a cold. It's it's really bad. It's been bothering me for a few weeks now. I'm quite worried about kind of bronchitis and stuff
Change.
like that. Yeah, no, I've only had it for a few days. It's
Change.
I'm really scared. I've been coughing non-stop for like 3 days. I'm really.
Pull yourself together. Boom.
Change action!
It's okay.
Change action!
Get out! I don't want to get ill! Who
Change
needs-
action!
Oh, no. My one weakness. Bronchitis. How did you know? I've been hidden as a nurse for years. And now, bronchitis boy, is that you?
Yes, no, it's me, Bronchitis Boy, the superhero. Fuck you.
Change action!
Yeah, no, thank you for being so understanding.
Change action!
Haha, I've got you in this trap that I've just put down here.
Change action!
Ah, no, now I have a bronchitis
Yeah, see,
kidney.
now-
Change!
I have a bronchitis liver.
Change!
So bronchitis long intestine.
Change!
Short intestine.
Change!
Oh,
Pancreas.
kicked me again. Bronchitis boy, you've changed. We were friends. We were lovers. But that is. We were.
Mother and son.
We were lady about to give birth and a midwife.
Change!
We were the other relationship. We had so much.
We did have so
And then you left me for Hans. Where is he?
Where is Hans?
I will burn him to the ground. It's the last thing I do. And I will make
How
sure
dare you.
your bronchitis never leaves.
Change!
And I will make sure,
My bronchitis always leaves.
yes, because we hate the bronchitis.
We do.
Knock, knock, a knock, knock.
Change action! Change action!
Hello, it's me, Hans. Hallo, guten Tag.
How dare you? Is this some prank you're playing on me? To smite my face?
Nein, es ist true love.
Change!
Nein, es ist because I love you both.
Wait, hang on a minute. Is this a polyamorous relationship?
Three-way.
Yes.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm afraid that's all we have time for. We're the Holloway players. Like us on Facebook, like us on Instagram. You've been amazing. Thank you so much.
So, in case you didn't get all of that, they were the Royal Holloway players, and I can definitely say that as a biology student, I didn't know bronchitis, could affect so many different parts of your body. But I mean, it's good to know, it's good to know. I will just say that we now have a short break, which is approximately 15 minutes. So if we expect you back at 1:15, there are two things I want to remind you, is that if you do exit the auditorium from this aisle here, due to health and safety, and finally, if you did come on campus, on site, with a car that you have left here, please make sure that you have registered the car with our team outside. So without further ado, if I'd like to usher you all outside into the foyer, we'll have some light refreshments and some snacks. Thank you.
I'm here for Rhubarb TV.
Hello, and welcome to Rhubarb TV's Christmas live stream.
hope you enjoyed your break, and I also hope that you've enjoyed the first portion of our TED conference today. Just as a gentle reminder, please make sure that your mobile phones are on silent because we don't want it to disturb the rest of the speakers that we have. So we've kind of given you an insight as to what TEDx is and what kind of it involves most of today. But we also want to give a few examples of other TED Talks which have taken place. So without further ado, we've chosen this video, and we really hope that you guys can really engage with it and that also really enjoy it. So thank you very much.
When I was about 8 years old, I first heard about something called climate change or global warming. Apparently that was something humans had created by our way of living. I was told to turn off the lights to save energy and to recycle paper to save resources. I remember thinking that it was very strange that humans, who are an animal species among others, could be capable of changing the Earth's climate. Because if we were, and if it was really happening, we wouldn't be talking about anything else. As soon as you turn on the TV, everything would be about that. Headlines, radio, newspapers. You would never read or hear about anything else, as if there was a world war going on. But no one ever talked about it. If burning fossil fuels was so bad that it threatened our very existence, how could we just continue like before? Why were there no restrictions? Why wasn't it made illegal? To me, that did not add up. It was too unreal. So when I was 11, I became ill. I fell into depression. I stopped talking, and I stopped eating. In 2 months, I lost about 10 kilos of weight. Later on, I was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, OCD, and selective mutism. That basically means I only speak when I think it's necessary. Now was one of those moments. For those of us who are on the spectrum, almost everything is black or white. We aren't very good at lying, and we usually don't enjoy participating in the social game that the rest of you seem so fond of. I think in many ways that we autistic are the normal ones, and the rest of the people are pretty strange. Especially when it comes to the sustainability crisis, where everyone keeps saying that climate change is an existential threat and the most important issue of all, and yet they just carry on like before. I don't understand that, because if the emissions have to stop, then we must stop the emissions. To me, that is black or white. There are no gray areas when it comes to survival. Either we go on as a civilization or we don't. We have to change. Rich countries like Sweden need to start reducing emissions by at least 15% every year. And that is so that we can stay below a 2-degree warming target. Yet, as the IPCC have recently demonstrated, aiming instead for 1.5 degrees Celsius would significantly reduce the climate impacts. But we can only imagine what that means for reducing emissions. You would think the media and every one of our leaders would be talking about nothing else, but they never even mention it. Nor does anyone ever mention the greenhouse gases already locked in the system, nor that air pollution is hiding a warming, so that when we stop burning fossil fuels, we already have an extra level of warming, perhaps as high as 0.5 to 1.1 degrees Celsius. Furthermore, does hardly anyone speak about the fact that we are in the midst of the 6th mass extinction, with up to 200 species going extinct every single day. That the extinction rate is today between 1,000 and 10,000 times higher than what is seen as normal. Nor does hardly anyone ever speak about the aspect of equity or climate justice, clearly stated everywhere in the Paris Agreement, which is absolutely necessary to make it work on a global scale. That means that rich countries need to get down to zero emissions within 6 to 12 years with today's emission speed. And that is so that people in poorer countries can have a chance to heighten their standard of living by building some of the infrastructure that we have already built, such as roads, schools, hospitals, clean drinking water, electricity, and so on. Because how can we expect countries like India or Nigeria to care about the climate crisis if we, who already have everything, don't care even a second about it or our actual commitments to the Paris Agreement? So, why are we not reducing our emissions? Why are they in fact still increasing? Are we knowingly causing a mass extinction? Are we evil? No, of course not. People keep doing what they do because the vast majority doesn't have a clue about the actual consequences of our everyday life. And they don't know the rapid changes required. We all think we know, and we all think everybody knows, but we don't. Because how could we? If there really was a crisis, and if this crisis was caused by our emissions, you would at least see some signs. Not just flooded cities, tens of thousands of dead people, and whole nations leveled to piles of torn down buildings. You would see some restrictions, but no. And no one talks about it. There are no emergency meetings, no headlines, no breaking news. No one is acting as if we were in a crisis. Even most climate scientists or green politicians keep on flying around the world, eating meat and dairy. If I live to be 100, I will be alive in the year 2103. When you think about the future today, you don't think beyond the year 2050. By then, I will, in the best case, not even have lived half of my life. What happens next? The year 2078, I will celebrate my 75th birthday. If I have children or grandchildren, maybe they will spend that day with me. Maybe they will ask me about you, the people who were around back in 2018. Maybe they will ask why you didn't do anything, while there still was time to act. What we do or don't do right now will affect my entire life and the lives of my children and grandchildren. What we do or don't do right now, me and my generation can't undo in the future. So when school started in August this year, I decided that this was enough. I sat myself down on the ground outside the Swedish Parliament. I school striked for the climate. Some people say that I should be in school instead. Some people say that I should study to become a climate scientist so that I can solve the climate crisis. But the climate crisis has already been solved. We already have all the facts and solutions. All we have to do is to wake up and change. And why should I be studying for a future that soon will be no more, when no one is doing anything whatsoever to save that future? And what is the point of learning facts within the school system, when the most important facts given by the finest science of that same school system clearly means nothing to our politicians and our society? Some people say that Sweden is just a small country and that it doesn't matter what we do. But I think that if a few children can get headlines all over the world just by not going to school for a few weeks. Imagine what we could all do together if we wanted to. Now we're almost at the end of my talk. And this is where people usually start talking about hope. Solar panels, wind power, circular economy, and so on. But I'm not going to do that. We've had 30 years of pep talking and selling positive ideas. And I'm sorry, but it doesn't work. Because if it would have, the emissions would have gone down by now. They haven't. And yes, we do need hope. Of course we do. But the one thing we need more than hope is action. Once we start to act, hope is everywhere. So instead of looking for hope, look for action. Then, and only then, hope will come. Today, we use 100 million barrels of oil every single day. There are no politics to change that. There are no rules to keep that oil in the ground. So we can't save the world by playing by the rules. Because the rules have to be changed. Everything needs to change. And it has to start today. Thank you.
So, I'm sure that you're all familiar with who that young lady was. Just a quick show of hands, who has seen on the news, I say relatively recently, of who that was? Just a quick show of hands now. So, I can probably say that it's the majority of everyone in this room that knows who that young lady is. But what her focus was of course climate change. I know that some of you may have switched off and thought to yourselves, well, that's not relevant to me, I don't really care because I don't pay the bills, etc. But that's understandable. Many people weren't really moved by this message. What I want to make clear is that if it's something that doesn't affect you, think about future generations. Think about the families that are going to be affected by this in the future. We're not talking about in the next 3 years, which of course it will still make an impact. We're talking about people in the next 30 years, We're talking about children, possibly your own children and grandchildren that are going to be affected by the consequences of climate change. So I now just ask you for only 20 seconds, okay, for you to just think about how you guys actually make small differences to kind of complementing or rather improving climate change. Just a few ideas. When you leave the house in the morning, do you switch off all the plugs that you're not using? I mean, you're not going to be there, right? When you leave the room, do you switch off any electricals, your television or the light? Or do we just not think about those things because they're not as alarming? If we were to have alarms on you to leave the room, I think it would grab our attention a lot more. And I think the message behind this is that it is an alarm. We do have an alarm, and the alarm is climate change. It's affecting our planet and the way that kind of everything is being used. With that being said, I really hope that that message, if it wasn't clear, now is, and I really hope that you guys can take from that how it does benefit and also how it also affects everyone in this room, present but also future. I now want to introduce our next speaker, who will be talking about his perspective of expectation and his interpretation of that. So please give a round of applause for our next speaker, Elson.
One of the previous speakers this morning or a few minutes ago said something about mail and suit. I don't know if you remember. And I felt, wow, I think I am in the wrong place then. And I should go to the toilet and change my clothes. But no, I enjoy my suit once in a while, especially when it's the first time I am in front of an audience. But if you come back the next day or the following day, I would not be on a suit, and my students know. I teach in this university actually, and some of my students probably are here, today. I'd like to take you with through a journey with me, for the next few minutes. Okay. So I want you to think about this title here, and who is killing your dreams? And perhaps you could think about different ways and different reasons of who is killing your dreams. But I'd like you to think about my journey. But before that, once upon a time, this was me. I was 7 years old, around 6, 7 years old at this time. Seems that I was very happy. And actually I was very happy at home. You can see my bright eyes, shiny and very, very happy. I was brought up in a very simple family, very, very simple. We were not very poor, but not even middle class yet. And our family, or my family, took quite well, of 4 children, basically. I'd like you to think that this young fellow, before, like anyone here, we are all living in the same place. And that's our home. We live in this planet. And where is our planet? Is there. Come with me. That's where all of us are. It doesn't matter your nationality, where you come from, your backgrounds, your education, your titles. Honestly, I don't care. I don't really care, because we are all there, or here, at this moment, in the present, as one of the speakers, said before. So I'm gonna show you a video, and I'd like you to watch this video with me and think and reflect who you are and where you are.
If you manage a team, you have to try Monday.com. Monday.com is a platform to track everything.
watch this video for about 2 or 3 minutes, I could go around and ask each of you, how do you feel? And who you really are. And what are you doing with your life? Because when you look at this video, we could certainly spend the whole day here discussing what are we doing here in this planet, in this universe, where we know, at least what we know, according to the scientists. Well, let me tell you, you and I are insignificant. To be very honest with you, I am nothing, and you are nothing. Even here in this planet, with over 7.6 billion people and increasing every day, you are absolutely nothing. You are insignificant. Wow! Gosh, Ailson, and by the way, not Alison, Ailson, yeah, I know, Alison is for female in this country, and I am Ailson. Very strange name, by the way, I know. I only met 2 people with the same name. But actually, Ailson is not telling you here to be so negative about yourself. Because actually, you and I could be very insignificant. Too small. Actually, I am quite small. And very unimportant to be worth of any consideration. Actually, you are meaningless. That's what I feel sometimes. But no, I'm gonna tell you that you are unique. No matter who you are, how old you are, where you come from, you are actually unique and amazing. Absolutely amazing. And sometimes we don't stop to think who we are. Oh, can you see this question here? Have you ever been bullied in your life? Okay, I'm gonna ask you a different question, okay, based on this one. Have you ever heard about someone being bullied? Raise your hand, please. Gosh, all of you. Notice that the first question is, have you ever been bullied? The second one is, have you ever heard about someone being bullied? I don't want you to answer the question 1, but question 2. This is what is about being bullied, okay? I'm not going to spend so much time on this, but just the first point. To hurt or frighten someone, often over a period of time, and often forcing that person to do something that they do not want to do, and etc. That's what is about being bullied. When we are bullied, and I'm sure that most of us here have experienced or know someone who have experienced being bullied, I'm sure that you agree with me that the view we adopt for ourselves profoundly affects the way we lead our life in the future. This is a psychologist called Carol Dweck, and she has done quite a lot research at Stanford, and she talks about 2 types of people. And we are all in this category here, either in one or the other one. The first one is the fixed mindset. And I want you to think about these 2 types of people and remember the bullying that I mentioned before. The second group of people in our society is the growth mindset, the ones who have the growth mindset. the ones who have the fixed mindset are also around us and probably here with us at these moments. Many people are in between both. While I was actually doing this, preparing this talk, I was thinking that actually I am in between. Well, first of all, let's see what the defined mindset is, or the fixed mindset is. And I'm not here to give you a lecture on psychology, because actually I have a background in psychology, but I teach business. But business without psychology is nothing, actually. Think about these questions or these sentences here, okay? The fixed mindset, and now you are going to identify yourself with one of them, okay? Your intelligence is something very basic about you that you can't change very much. Many people believe that. Second one, you can learn new things, but you can't really change how intelligent you are. Many people are still talking to me about this, especially, teaching in academia. I know exactly, what I'm saying. You are a certain kind of person, and there is not much that you can be done to really change that. I was born like that. I cannot change myself. I couldn't speak English. Now is my third language, but if I believe that I couldn't speak, I wouldn't be speaking today. You can do things differently, but important parts of who you are can't really be changed. That's the fixed mindset group. The next one is the growth mindset. No matter how much intelligence you have, you can always change it quite a bit. You can always improve your intelligence. You can always substantially change how intelligent you are. No matter what kind of person you are or where you are in this planet, in this universe, in this galaxy, you can always change substantially. You can always change basic things about the kind of person who you are. That's the growth mindset. And I'm not going to ask you if you are within the fixed mindset group or the growth mindset group, or in between. You think for yourselves in the next few minutes or few hours. The message is this one. You can change your mindset, period. Actually, many people change from one side to the next side. Left, right, left. It's very common. So the message is you can change your mindset, period. And then we could finish the talk now. But give me a few more minutes. Read this one with me. Let yourself set free from the busyness of life, as one of the speakers said before, and all the noise around you. Demolish the mindset created in the format of barriers of narrow thinking. Expand your frontiers, and you will overshoot your current reality by a distance. I see this every day among my students and in our society, but especially with my students. And I take care of many students, actually. I am a tutor of around 100 students. That's quite a lot of students. I don't know each of them, individually, but I try as much as possible. I even have coffees with my students, and sometimes they pay my coffee, which is good. One of them said to me that I'm gonna pay the coffee because you are a lecturer, so therefore, your salary is very low. So, don't tell, my bosses, around. Yeah. One day, the young fellow who was bullied in school failed in education, and he stopped education for 10 years. And for 10 years, I didn't read a single book. I went through secondary school just to finish secondary school, between GCSEs and A-levels to 8 schools. And while I was in school, I was bullied, not only by my colleagues around me, but I was bullied by some teachers. That's even worse. So obviously that I said to myself, education is rubbish. I don't want to do anything with education. And so at the age of 19 years old, I was already working and studying. I stopped education after 8 schools, just between GCSEs and secondary school. Within this time, I failed miserable a few subjects, and I said to myself, forget education, I'll never be again. And I did all kinds of things before. You can never expect to be what you have, not try to be. Remember the bully and the mindset groups? The people who bully you, usually they have a fixed mindset. Very proud of themselves. But sometimes actually we get the message and we become very fixed with our mindset. And I always say that many people born in this planet live and go without doing much in their lives. Well, as you can see, the young fellow who was bullied became a lecturer here at Royal Holloway, University of London, guest speaker in many other places around the world. And actually I'm trying to speak English with you today. Because of that, because I changed my mindset from the fixed into the growth mindset in my late 20s, after 10 years of not having any education and not reading a single book, I moved from one side to the next side. And I am very proud of myself. And actually, this is why I'm wearing my tie. No, of course not. Yeah. And I show this to my students and to people around, when I give, some talks in Portuguese or Spanish or English, my 3 languages. Because I want to motivate them to do something with their lives, even when they have been bullied in school by colleagues or by their own teachers, like I was. And I wish some of my school teachers could be here today. Unfortunately, they are not. When you transform the business of your dreams into your truly success, you are in fact bringing the antidote to create a better future for humanity. No doubt about this. After the last video, for example, that we have watched. If you ignite your dreams, get your imagination and determination flowing, who knows where you could end up, from being bullied to an international lecturer and speaking around the world. Who you really are and who can you be if you change your mindset. And ever since then, my view is that I have been adopting for myself has profoundly affected the way I lead my life and the life of my students, the people around me, and especially the life of my daughter, who suffers of ADHD, and I'm always with her since she was born. Now she's 18 years old, and she has been bullied many times in school as well, and I'm always around her and trying to help her and showing that everything is possible when you believe in yourself and you understand where you are in this planet. So I'd like to leave with you and finish my talk with these thoughts. Never be defined by your past. Never be defined by your past never be defined by those around you who may have bullied you or anyone else around us. Because it was just a lesson, not a life sentence. Thank you very much.
So, very moving talk, if I may say so myself. I think kind of a main message that we can really take from that is that, I suppose, don't let your past really impact your goals and your achievements. I think that's something that we probably all in this room really faced, and it's great to kind of like get that reassurance. I think something that I took from it as well about being unique. So Elson said, remember to tell people and remind yourself how amazing you are. So I suggest that on the lunch break, which we'll have later on, you do kind of tell people how amazing they are. And also get that feedback. So I'll be waiting outside, and feel free to come on by and tell me how great I look, and yeah, I'll welcome that. So our next speaker, I'd like to welcome and really encourage to speak about her journey with expectation and how she has faced that and managed to successfully in ways overcome that. So please do a round of applause for Sarija.
Expectations. We all have expectations. We all know what the word means. We all have had expectations imposed on us. It's near impossible for us to operate without expectations, and we've become so attached to having expectations in our lives that it seems as if they define us. There are two types of expectations. There are internal expectations, ones that you put in place yourself, and external expectations, ones that are put in place by others, such as your friends, family, or significant others. Examples of such expectations can be you're expected to go down a particular career path, you're expected to have financial stability, or you're expected to sacrifice and compromise in a relationship. But what happens when these expectations aren't met? We are filled with disappointment, rage, and hopelessness. Anne Lamott quotes, "An expectation is just a resentment under construction," and I would like to stress the importance of acknowledging this. Before starting university, I was expected to study a STEM subject, science, technology, engineering, and maths. But unfortunately, when this didn't happen, I constantly beat myself up for it. It took me years to be able to come to terms with and actually appreciate my creative strengths, all because I was blinded by this one expectation. And today, I would like to break down the damaging nature of having expectations in terms of mental health, which is becoming of utmost importance amongst university students, and how my year abroad taught me to redefine my expectations. So for those of you who don't know, and there probably won't be many of you because I'm that girl who never shuts up about it, I went on a year abroad last year to the University of Melbourne. I would first like to set the scene and describe the city and its people. I lived in the heart of the city, and truly there was never a dull day. It is the epitome of a melting pot. On my street alone, there were 5 different places you could get bubble tea from, which is a big thing in Melbourne. Or if you ever had a craving for Chinese, Japanese, Italian, Middle Eastern, or Greek food, you could be sure you were spoilt for choice. As the city was so diverse, I made friends from all corners of the world, from Taiwan to Chicago, which only enabled me to appreciate other cultures and ways of living. Furthermore, I found it so fascinating learning about the indigenous cultures of Australia that I undertook a university course, which opened my eyes to the subordination and ostracization that these people are subject to on a daily basis. From an academic, cultural, and social standpoint, my move to Melbourne completely shattered what I thought of myself, and it enabled me to come home a stronger and more refined person. This did, however, come with its challenges, which conflicted with what was expected of me. The statistic is that 1 in 4 of us will suffer with a mental health problem at some point in our lives. Growing up, I was constantly called happy and positive, and this soon became what was expected of me. I was labelled, and I felt pressured into fitting in with this label. As a result, I swept a lot of issues under the rug. I was never comfortable with showing that I was having a bad day. And as a result, when I read that statistic, I thought to myself, that could never be me. My egotistical, hormone-fueled teenage self was too proud to reflect on her mental health, and this soon became the precedent to the mental health issues I suffered with years later, and in Australia. I remember as soon as I landed in Melbourne, I was waiting in a rundown hotel for my landlord to come and drop off my paperwork. Whilst I was waiting, I checked the map app on my phone. The location pin drop showed Melbourne, Australia. And that's when it hit me. I'm on the other side of the world. The loneliness felt like a punch to my stomach. There was no escape here for me. I had to deal with all that mental, pent-up angst alone. Then, as a result, I created so many expectations of how my year abroad was going to go. I wanted to be a poster child for the program. I wanted to go traveling at every possible opportunity. I would make loads of new friends. I'd go clubbing every week. And most importantly, this was the happiest I was ever going to be. That's all we ever hear about doing a year abroad, right? The reality was, I really struggled, and my second semester was the toughest. It was when I was the most insecure about myself, and at my worst, I spent 3 days in bed without showering, eating, or even brushing my teeth. I was so disappointed in myself that I wasn't the person I was expecting to be. I didn't go traveling nearly as much as I'd hoped. I did meet new people, but didn't make many friends. And if anything, I developed an aversion to social interaction and drinking. Eventually, I gathered the courage to seek professional help. And that was when I was diagnosed with depression. Looking back, I really owe myself an apology. I was so disappointed in myself, and I woke up every single day with such a negative mentality. Even though I didn't want to, I woke up every single day without fail. But I'm so thankful that I did. I went through a lot, yet I'm still here. And it became easier after I spoke to someone about it, and each day became better. By the end of my year abroad program, I traveled to some of the most beautiful places in Australia and made memories that I will forever cherish. I made long-lasting relationships with people that I will never forget. And most importantly, this actually was the happiest I remember being. As soon as I let go of my expectations and took each day as it came, I felt lighter, and this mental block that I created for myself slowly wore away. In fact, in hindsight, I could say my year abroad was better than I'd ever expected it to be, because I stopped harboring expectations. And now, I'd like to draw your attention to the external expectations I mentioned earlier. These come from others, such as your parents. When I opened up to my family about my struggles with depression, despite their immense love and support and willingness to help, they couldn't quite understand the problem. I got remarks such as, "You can't be weak like this, and it's all in your head. You just need to stop working yourself up." I was hurt, angry, and confused. But now I realize that my parents are just victims of a generational problem that haunts South Asian communities. For my parents and grandparents, their struggles growing up were very different to mine. They had no time to pause and reflect on their mental health and sanity when they had their families to feed. It was a game of survival. As a man, my father was expected to be the breadwinner of the family and bear the weight of the family on his back. As a woman, my mother was expected to handle the domestic duties, and food had to be ready by the time my father came home from work. Neither were allowed to make any mistakes, and neither were allowed to make any mistakes, and neither were allowed to disrupt the balance. Mental health illnesses in South Asian communities are seen as a terrible blot on one's social standing, and they can equate to insanity because of ignorance and a lack of education, which can only further lead to dangerous stereotypes. But now, the responsibility falls on our shoulders. We must drive for change. We must keep talking about mental health in our social spheres until it is normalized. Revolutionize our mindsets, condition ourselves to learn that a mental health issue has just as, if not more severe consequences than a physical health issue. They don't always leave scars, and they can be complicated to treat and to diagnose and treat. But this is all the more reason for us to create an open discourse surrounding mental health and collectively push for a safe and open environment in which one can openly discuss their mental health without feeling ashamed of themselves. Before I conclude, I'd just like to showcase a short film I made regarding mental health perceptions amongst university students on campus.
I think it reduces the stigma around the subject. If it's something that people can't openly talk about, then it creates an environment where they're not comfortable with, either asking for help or sharing what they're feeling, So it's good to be able to openly talk about these kind of issues that people might be having, and you can help resolve them better as well.
Because it affects almost everyone, men, women, doesn't matter what race, religion, gender you are, it affects everyone, and I feel like we should address it openly because it's your mental health and it's as important as physical health.
I honestly think mental health is not quite out there, and just trying to be open about it a little bit, talking to other people about it, not directly, but indirectly trying to sense it, I think is really important, so it's really important to be out there.
I think, personally, my parents have this idea that our generation just complains about a lot of things, and I think being able to talk about it is the best thing. So
I think it comes from just cultures, different cultures, like South Asian cultures. There's a huge stigma around mental health. It's more seen as just pray and you'll be fine, but it's much more than that. It's the neurotransmitters in your brain. I think you really need to address the stigma around it.
The stigma varies differently depending on the person. It can come from your background, where you're from, whether you come from a place that doesn't speak about it at all, or whether there's been a bad media portrayal of people with mental health being a disadvantage to society, or them relating to violence and other negative forms of that.
Just talking about it and letting people know that there's always help out there, and there's loads of things like therapy and CBT and so many things they can do to help. So yeah, just talking about it, I'd say.
Just create an environment where it's okay to talk about this, and it's okay to be feeling what you're feeling. Just be supportive of people who maybe have mental health issues, because you don't know what they're going through, and just don't be judgmental.
Breaking the stigma kind of involves, first of all, like you said, open communication of the mental health. Breaking stigma also involves education about it as well. So if you're actively teaching people about what mental health means, how it can be cured, and how the unknown facts that not many people talk about, that stigma could then dissipate.
Seeking professional help saved my life, and it helped me realize that it's okay to not live up to what others expect of you or have your expectations met. Who we are changes with each passing moment. We evolve into stronger and better people after overcoming new obstacles. So having restrictive expectations can limit this growth. Since the majority of us are at university, I think it's safe to say that we are constantly challenged. Academically, socially, financially, and mentally, we are under a lot of pressure. But I would just like to remind you all that it's okay to not be okay. Your challenges do not define you. You define you. Don't let anyone take that power away from you. Thank you.
So again, another super important message. I think mental health is something that we've probably only really focused on really kind of openly within the last millennia. We've been told kind of growing up of make sure you eat this and that make sure you do sports and make sure you look after your physical state. We're not quite told really as such how to look after our mental state and our mental well-being. I think it's all about perspective, but also to remember that it's something that affects you. You're the one that feels the pressure. So at the same time, there shouldn't be anybody that really tells you that you should be feeling a certain way and that you shouldn't talk about something. So again, absolutely great message there about mental health, and I think it's something that we should all really take the time to work and improve and focus on, because again, it's something that affects us as individuals, and we can't be told how to feel. With that being said, our next speaker is talking about something that has affected her. Again, quite personally, but I think it's something that it's very humble to be able to speak about your own private, personal matters in such an open sense. To open up and speak about it and talk about how a negative experience can really be made into something positive. It's about mindset. It's about how you choose to handle the situation. And I'd now like to welcome on our next speaker, Alice, who will be talking about how her perspective on expectations has been challenged. So a round of applause for our next speaker, please.
A woman hides in the corner of the room. It is dark, dark inside. She is screaming an agonizing, desperate scream of pain and fear. But nobody can hear her, because this scream is trapped behind a carefully crafted and maintained mask. All she can do is cry and claw at her skin to let the scream come out. She needs help, but pushes everyone away. She needs love, but can only hurt. She needs to escape this torture. Her mind and body are at breaking point. Every muscle aches. She is weak and exhausted, but cannot sleep. She is begging for this pain to end. She is begging for her period. She knows she must make a choice: her womb or her life. But this is not how that woman's story began. Let me take you back to the year 1990. The Human Genome Project had begun. The Hubble telescope was launched. And this little girl was over the moon that her mummy had made her the perfect white wedding dress, complete with train, veil and bouquet. This fancy dress outfit wasn't forced upon her. She had asked her mother to make it, and she wore it with pride. I was this little girl, and I adored playing in my playhouse with its fully fitted kitchen. I would make dinner for all my dolls before putting them to bed and reading them their bedtime stories. Growing up, I knew I wanted to have a career where I could make a difference. But lingering in the back of my mind was the nagging voice of subtle social conditioning, telling me that whichever path I chose, it would need to fit in with motherhood and family life. My need to fulfill the childhood games that I had played became so strong that they were at the forefront of my mind in every decision I made. And so this young girl grew into a young woman with a promising career. I had chosen to be a midwife. Midwifery, the art of being with women. Not a job, but a vocation. The privilege of being trusted to support a woman become a mother cannot be overstated. The feeling of being there the moment a parent is born is indescribable. No birth is the same, and I'm not talking about the baby.
The focus may be on the newborn as they take their first breath, but my fondest memories are of the look in the new mother's eyes. As the joy sweeps her face, it's a truly beautiful moment, and I couldn't wait to feel it for myself. Fast forward to 2014. I was newly married and starting to make plans to have a family of my own. But something was very wrong. Something I had skillfully been avoiding for 20 years. It had hidden in my peripheral vision for far too long and was now on a collision course set to challenge me and my identity to the core. PMDD. Premenstrual dysphoric disorder. A hormone-based cyclic mood disorder where the sufferer experiences extreme, abnormal reactions to the normal changes of female sex hormones during their menstrual cycle. Now, whilst around 80% of women and assigned female at birth individuals will experience some form of mood disturbance leading up to their period, otherwise known as PMS, PMDD is a debilitating disorder affecting around 1 in 20 women. It is often described as living a half-life, with symptoms impacting on every aspect of the sufferer's lives from anywhere between a few days to 3 weeks of every month. For me, it felt like the one certainty in my life, motherhood, was the one thing that was killing me. Now, PMDD is not a hormone imbalance, and it is not directly associated with infertility. But the only way to control my symptoms was to suppress my cycle and push the pause button on my monthly ovulation. Because without treatment, my symptoms were severe, and I would have between just 3 and 6 days of feeling my normal self each month before the PMDD beast returned. A typical cycle would go something like this. Day 1. Female hormones, estrogen and progesterone, would decline, causing the start of a period. This sudden drop would bring with it a dark, depressive episode. My anxiety would be extremely high, my mood and esteem extremely low. This was a life-threatening time for me because each and every month, without fail, I would experience suicidal thoughts. And in the darkest of months, I acted on those thoughts. The stress on my partner was overwhelming for us both, and mental health services couldn't understand why my thoughts were so transitory. Because on day 6, my period would finish and the fog would lift. I would wake up in the morning and feel warm, calm and at peace. I could talk in full sentences, make plans with family and friends, find myself laughing as I recognised the person I saw in the mirror as the real me. But by day 9, something was brewing. As progesterone levels rose in my blood like a bubbling, boiling feeling inside, agitation and irritability snuck in. I felt like a balloon with too much air in it. I would bite and snap at any loving hand that came my way, and my partner became my emotional punch bag. Day 14, ovulation. That balloon, it burst, and my body would join in on the party. I was hypersensitive to light and sound, smell and touch. Some days I could barely walk when my legs were so fatigued they wouldn't hold me up. The headaches were overpowering, and the brain fog that descended put paid to any hopes of being able to concentrate or hold a conversation. It would take all of my energy just to make it through the day. Day 15 to 28, the luteal phase. A building crescendo of hormones as my body got ready for the pregnancy that never came. Day 21 was always the hardest and the scariest of the month. I would feel it coming like a freight train, powerless to stop it, all my hormones at their peak, coursing through my body, affecting every cell. Many describe the luteal phase as PMS on steroids. For me, I felt like a prisoner in my own body. I was out of control. One minute I could be laughing, but the next screaming, followed by endless nights of tears and hysteria. I was a risk to myself and a risk to others. My partner would fear for my life and their safety, because this is when I would self-harm. And the suicidal thoughts returned. Except these were not thoughts of actually wanting to die, but of just needing the relentless cycle to end. Bringing us back to day 1, both a blessing and a curse. The anger, violence, self-hatred and mania would stop, suddenly, overnight. But a new month had begun, and the dark cloud of depression would settle in for another storm. And this was my life, month in, month out, regular as clockwork. And hidden beneath sat an internal battle between my identity as a woman, my diagnosis, and the expectation on me to be a mother. I didn't feel good enough to be a woman, and I was ashamed to call myself one. I learned that PMDD is an inherited disorder, and I was facing an agonising choice. Could I knowingly risk passing this down to a child, all for the sake of experiencing motherhood? Is this something I could forgive myself for if I watched my daughter go through the same endless cycle as myself? This was a deeply personal decision, and I wrestled with it for years. But by 2016, I had exhausted the treatment guidelines. Whilst for many, the therapy for this condition will have a very positive effect. As I progressed down the treatment pathway, each stage had helped, but in time, the effects always wore off, and I was at breaking point. And so we returned to the woman hiding in the corner of the room. My marriage was hanging on by a thread, and PMDD had not only destroyed me, but everything I touched. The last resort option was fast becoming my only option. I had chosen to give up on my dream of ever carrying a child. I had chosen to have a total hysterectomy. This meant opting for major surgery at just 30 years old to remove all of my baby-making equipment. Ovaries, fallopian tubes, uterus, cervix, the lot. This radical treatment is a last-line therapy for PMDD because it's the only guaranteed permanent way of suppressing a menstrual cycle, removing the organs that create it. But what did this mean to me as a woman? What would I be without my uterus? And yet, I knew this was the right decision for me because as soon as I had made it, I found hope that this living nightmare would end. But what I didn't expect was the devastating grief that accompanied it. My chosen career at this point became a daily reminder of the life I would never have. Because not a day goes past in midwifery without you being asked if you yourself have children. I would find myself lying just to save the woman's embarrassment. No, not yet, was my go-to answer. But every time I said this, a little piece of me died. That moment a parent is born that used to bring such joy to my heart now stabbed me squarely in the chest. It took my breath away, with each new birth stabbing a little deeper. Except nobody could see me bleeding. Now I was not only failing as a woman, but also as a midwife. The expectations I had put on myself was causing almost as much pain as the PMDD itself. Even as I walked into theatre on the day of my surgery, I was doubting myself. I was truly losing my identity. But then, the sun came out. I remember the day after my surgery, laying in my hospital bed with the sun streaming in through the window. I had never seen how beautiful it was before. I looked at my hand, and for the first time I felt like it belonged to me. I was free. My partner walked into the room, looked at me, smiled and said, "Hey, there's the person I always knew was in there. Welcome to the world." In the 3 years since my surgery, I've had to rewire my brain, find my new identity, start all over again. And with the help of gifted professionals, I have redefined who I am, where I am going, and what my future will hold. And I realised very quickly that midwifery no longer had a place for me. Or rather, I no longer had a place in midwifery. Not in the literal sense, anyway. I found joy in other places, hung up my clinical gloves, and began to pursue a career in education because my life was no longer decided by what day of my cycle I was on. But the grief of losing your identity can hit you when you least expect it. Like when my younger brother and his lovely wife announced their pregnancy, I burst into tears. I was so very happy for them, but that familiar punch to the stomach was there too, knowing that I would never be able to tell my mum that I was pregnant. But I was alive. I had survived PMDD and escaped the powerful hold it had on me, one that I know would have killed me. So why am I here today telling you my story? PMDD is a life-threatening disorder, and it's estimated that 90% of sufferers are currently living without a diagnosis, and 30% will attempt suicide at least once. and yet the world remains largely ignorant of this condition. Many doctors are not even aware it exists, and papers are published even today arguing that it doesn't, despite a catalogue of evidence and it being listed as a psychological condition in the DSM-5 for decades. Organisations across the world are campaigning hard for PMDD awareness to improve, and change is starting to happen. In May of 2019, the World Health Organization formally recognised PMDD as a legitimate psychological and gynecological disorder, meaning that women across the globe are finally starting to be heard. And so I'd like to leave you with this thought. For 25 years, I believed that PMDD had robbed me of life and stripped me of my womanhood. I no longer believe this. I could control my early social conditioning as much as I could control my genetics. Our gender identity is far more complex than we can ever put to paper, and yet the expectations we put on ourselves can have lifelong consequences. I now understand that being a woman means so much more than simply being a mother. I do not need to bear children to make a difference in this world. Life would have been easier without PMDD. But I would not be the person, be the woman I am today. And for that, I am thankful.
So thank you very, very much to Alice. I think it's a very personal story, as I mentioned earlier, but one that was very moving, very inspirational, and very motivational. So thank you very much for sharing that story. I think maybe one of the main messages from that is that our own expectations can sometimes lead to consequences that affect us in the future. So if we expect too much from ourselves, it can sometimes be the downfall. So thank you very much to the speakers that we've had, the 3 speakers over this short period. I now want to welcome you guys to all join us for lunch, which will be 45 minutes. So we'll reconvene back in this room at 2:30. So if you please head out there, we will have some light refreshments. We do ask that you all vacate this room in preparation for our next set of speakers. So please head on out there, and thank you very much.
A few years ago, I got one of those spam emails. And it managed to get through my spam filter. I'm not quite sure how, but it's turned up in my inbox, and it was from a guy called Solomon Odonka. I know. It went like this. It said, hello, James Veitch. I have an interesting business proposal I want to share with you, Solomon. Now, my hand was kind of hovering on the delete button. Right? As you are, I was looking at my phone. I thought, I could just delete this. Or I could do what I think we've all always wanted to do. And I said, Solomon, your email intrigues me. And the game was afoot. He said, Dear James Veitch, we shall be shipping gold to you. You will earn 10% of any gold you distribute. So I knew I was dealing with a professional. I said, how much is it worth? He said, we will start with a smaller quantity. I was like, ah. And then he said, of 25 kilograms, the worth should be about 2.5 million. I said, Solomon, if we're going to do it, let's go big. I can handle it. How much gold do you have? He said, it's not a matter of how much gold. How much is you're capable of handling? What? We can start with 50 kilograms as a trial shipment. I said, 50 kilograms? There's no point doing this at all. No, so shipping at least a metric ton. So what do you do for a living? I said, I'm a hedge fund executive bank manager. This isn't the first time I've shipped bullion, my friend. No, no, no. Then I started to panic. I was like, look, where are you based? I don't know about you, but I think we're going via the postal service. It ought to be signed for. Right, that's a lot of gold. He said, it will not be easy to convince my company to do a larger quantity shipment. And I said, Solomon, I'm completely with you on this one. I'm putting together a visual for you to take into the board meeting. Hold tight. This is what I sent Solomon. I don't know if we have any statisticians in the house, but there's definitely something going on. I said, Solomon, attach this email, you'll find a helpful chart. I've had one of my assistants run the numbers. We need to be shipping as much gold as possible. There's always a moment where they try to tug your heartstrings, and this was it for Solomon. He said, I will be so much happy if the deal goes well, because I'm going to get a very good commission as well. And I said, that's amazing. What are you going to spend your cut on? And he said, on real estate, what about you? I thought about it for a long time. And I said one word. Hummus. It's going places. I was in Sainsbury's the other day, and there are like 30 different varieties. Also, you can cut up carrots, and you can dip them. Have you ever done that? Solomon! He said, I have to go to bed now. Till tomorrow. Have sweet dreams. I didn't know what to say. I said, bonsoir, my golden nugget, bonsoir. Guys, you have to understand, this has been going for like weeks, albeit hitherto the greatest weeks of my life, but I had to knock it on the head. It was getting a bit out of hand. Friends were saying to me, James, do you want to come out for a drink? I was like, I can't, mate, I'm expecting an email about some gold. You know? So I figured I had to knock it on the head. I had to take it to a ridiculous conclusion. So I thought I concocted a plan. I said, look, Solomon, I'm concerned about security. When we email each other, we need to use a code. And he agreed. And I said, Solomon, I spent all night coming up with this code. We need to use it in all further correspondence. Lawyer. Gummy bear. Bank, cream egg. Legal, fizzy cola bottle, claim peanut M&Ms, documents, jelly beans, Western Union. Guys, a giant gummy lizard. I knew these were all words they used, right? I said, please call me Kit Kat in all further correspondence. I didn't hear back. I thought, I've gone too far. I've gone too far. So I had to backpedal a little bit. I said, look, Solomon, is the deal still on? Kit Kat. Because you have to be consistent. Then I did get an email back from him. He said, the business is on, I'm trying, blah, 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 blah. I said, dude, you have to use the code. What followed is the greatest email I've ever received. I'm not joking. This is what turned up in my inbox. This was a good day. The business is on. And I'm trying to raise the balance for the gummy bear. So he can submit all the needed fizzy cola bottle jelly beans to the cream egg for the peanut M&M's process to start. Send £1,500 via a giant gummy lizard. And that was so much fun, right, that it got me thinking, like, what would happen if I just spent as much time as I could replying to as many scam emails as I could? And that's what I've been doing for 3 years on your behalf. Yeah. Let me tell you, crazy stuff happens when you start replying to scam emails. It's really difficult, and I highly recommend we do it. I don't think what I'm doing is mean, right? You know, there are a lot of people out there who do mean things to scammers. I don't think what I'm doing. All I think I'm doing all I'm doing is wasting their time. Right? And I think any time they're spending with me is time they're not spending scamming vulnerable adults out of their savings, right? If you're going to do this, and I highly recommend you do, get yourself a pseudonymous email address. Don't use your own email address, because that's exactly what I was doing at the start, and it was a nightmare. Because, you know, I'd wake up in the morning and have like 1,000 emails about penis enlargements, you know, only one of which was a legitimate response to a medical question. But I tell you what, though, guys, I tell you what, any day is a good day. Any day is a good day if you receive an email that begins like this. I am Winnie Mandela, the second wife of Nelson Mandela, the former South African president. I was like, oh, that Winnie Mandela. I know so many. I need to transfer $45 million out of the country because of my husband Nelson's health condition. Let that sink in. She sent me this, which is hysterical. and this looks fairly legitimate. This is a letter of authorization, but to be honest, if there's nothing written on it, it's just a shape. I said, Winnie, I'm really sorry to hear of this. Given that Nelson died 3 months ago, I describe his health condition as... That's the worst health condition you can have, not being alive. She said, kindly comply with my banker's instructions. One love. I said, of course, no woman, no cry. She said, my banker would need transfer of $3,000. One love. I said, no problemo. I shot the sheriff. Thank you. Hey guys. I got into quite a bit of trouble recently with my flatmates. Don't you call them flatmates here? Do you call them roommates, right? Yeah, okay. So I got in trouble with she messaged me and she said, James, would you mind taking your clothes that are drying in the bathroom and moving them into your bedroom? Take your clothes that are drying in the bathroom, move them into your bedroom because my mum's coming over. She hasn't met you before. She hasn't seen the place we live before. I want to make a good impression. So I did that. I took all my clothes that are drying in the bathroom and I put them in my bedroom. And they were still a bit wet as well, so hero. But then it transpires, guys, all you need is like, what is that, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bags of flour, and like an afternoon, and a little bit of creativity, and you could pretty much make yourself like a full-on kind of drugs, I would say, sort of in the house, and then obviously you don't want to just you have to obviously be a little bit creative, and then I found and then I thought and then obviously I thought it was a bit subtle, so then what I did is I had like obviously a tip book, like people owe me money, for drugs, that I sold them, and then that was, I mean, I'll be honest, you have already enjoyed that far more than she did. But the thing is that I don't know where the line, I don't know where to like stop. You know what I mean? Basically, that was just a precursor to what happened next, which is when I first moved in there to like shared accommodation. I had a big meeting with all the housemates, and we sat around and they told me all the rules and stuff. And then they said, look, James, we've got these little boxes that we got from IKEA that we keep our toiletries in, and we've cleared one out for you. And I was like, hooray. But I don't have any toiletries. So what I ended up doing was just basically, I just filled mine with basically as many as I could. Because I thought that was very funny. And then the problem is every time I went in there, I would start to kind of like rearrange them. Do you know what I mean? I was having a great time. And then this is genuinely happened. And then one day I got like narrative. I got more like a chase scene was kind of happening. And then after like 4 to 5 months, they started to develop their own kind of religion based around the kind of different kind of aspects of the kind of And then honestly, it was beautiful. They had a wedding. That was such a beautiful day. We were so lucky with the weather. Everyone looked amazing. It was really beautiful. And then Halloween. From 6 to 8 months down the line, they started to get very sophisticated. They started to develop their own kind of culture, like entertainment. They started to make their own kind of movies. They had a few blockbusters. This was beautiful. It was do you know what I mean? It was a lovely moment. It was awesome. Oh, there's more. Wait. Charge it. The problem is that I got more. And I started to make it seem as if they were like generating from the drain, you know what I mean? And then the problem is, I don't know if you know this, guys, but if you go online, right? If you go online, you can get these like you can buy these wholesale from China. This genuinely happened. This is. And then I had a lot of time. And what I did is I staged Nuremberg in the bath. This got me into significant trouble. This was not good. That was when I got the message, James, we need to talk about the duck. That's not a message anyone wants to get. Do you know what I mean? And I was like, the duck, because I always be denying the duck. I was just denying the duck, And she said, the bathroom duck. So I was like, the bathroom duck? She said, the duck's in the bathroom. I was like, oh, those ducks. What about them? She said, please stop. I was in a rush this morning, but I couldn't shower until I'd moved like 100 tiny ducks. I said, okay, sorry about that. From now on, no more tiny ducks. I'll be honest, some of you have spotted that loophole far quicker than she did. She did not see this coming. This hit her like a ton of bricks. I was not, Huh? She said, I'm away this weekend. By the time I get back, I want all ducks. I mean, to be fair to her, it was getting quite hard to move around the flat. There were a significant number of ducks. And I said, look, can I have one duck in the bathroom? And she said, one. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to our Joy of Painting series. If this is your first time with us, let me extend a personal invitation for you to get your brushes out and paint along with me as we go. And if you're a returning viewer, I'd like to say thank you for sticking with us. Now, as it is the holiday season and the festive season is upon us, I thought I'd paint a little Renaissance painting of Santa Claus or St. Nicholas, jolly old St. Nick. Now, Renaissance paintings usually take up to about 3 or 4 hours. I hope to do it in about under 2 hours, so if you watch along with me, you can paint along with me for the next 2 hours. As you can see, I have a black canvas right here, white canvas, but I'm going to use black paint. Now this is watercolor paint. I usually use acrylic, but I don't have them. But I've got a watercolor here. Dip your brush in the water, give it a good soaking. And you get your black paint here. Now, Renaissance paintings are really detailed, and I like to start with the head to get the proportions right. So first of all, we're just going to try the head of St. Nicholas. It's a little bit complex, but bear with me. So we're just going to start here. Just, there we go. Just talk to it. Talk to it. Bring it out. There. So when you're painting, you're like a god, you know, you can make magic happen. So we've got the head. Now, let's add a bit of eyes, bring a bit of life. There we go. Just, you gotta be really careful. Just ever so slightly there. Oh. Well, not to worry, because St. Nicholas just has a spot. But they say, the eyes are the windows to the soul. So here we have St. Nicholas. Now, I'm just gonna dip the paintbrush into my water and make it look like I'm doing something. There we go. Now, add more black paint. I think a smile. Because he's a happy old fellow. He shakes his belly like a bowl full of jelly. And dip your paintbrush in your paint. And I think we'll add a little a hat. There, there we go. Just talk to it. Talk to it. Bring it out. There we have the hat. Now, the body is a very complex part. Now, Renaissance painters take up to 50 minutes. But let's try and do it in under that. For the body, we need to carefully, very, very carefully, just do that. And then we have the body. The arms, even more complex, but I'm Bob Ross. See, he's coming to life already. Are you excited for Christmas? I am. You know what I'm getting for Christmas? A painting kit. Now for the legs. Just talk to it. Bring it out. Now I have more colors with me, but I'm not going to use them. I think that's just about right, and I feel very much in the holiday mood. And I hope you do too. So, from all of us here, and from me, Bob Ross, it's good night and God bless.
Friends are calling you. Hello, my name is Ishan. I'm here today with Rhubarb TV. We're here at Royal Holloway University on a lovely sunny Wednesday. But today the focus is Mental Health Awareness Week, and we've got one question, and that question is, what does good mental health mean to you? Let's go find out. Okay, so I'm here with
Val.
Thank you, Val. So Val, in one sentence, what does good mental health mean to you?
I think good mental health means being in peace with yourself, your actions, and in general with your whole life.
Couldn't say any better.
Well, in my opinion, good mental health is the ability to know that there may be something, that's affecting you personally, and the ability to express that to anybody who's close to you, and to not really be proud of it, but to know that that makes you per se. For example, I have Asperger's, but I don't let that bring me down as much as I used to, because it just makes me.
I think it's when you're surrounded by good people, when you're happy with yourself, and you can live happily, and positive impact on others, and it impacts them.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Just about self-positivity, just being happy with who you are and enjoying life.
But I think it means a bit being open about how you just feel day to day, kind of having someone or something to escape to.
Yeah.
It means strength, definitely. I think if you can battle what's going on in your mind, you can battle absolutely anything.
Really powerful answer. I love it.
But also just being open and honest about how you're feeling on that day, and not having to apologise for how you feel, and having people around you that will accept and build you back up again.
I think it's about having friends around, just to go out, do something silly, go out, drink maybe, or if you can't be asked to go out, just go make you food and sort of have fun and have people there to cheer you up.
Being happy. Yeah. And just being happy with yourself, I would say.
Perfect. She's done it in 3 words.
I think good mental health is being able to talk to your friends and your peers about the way that you're feeling. If you're feeling down, then having someone to rely on. I think
that's a great point about being able to talk to people and being open. So.
I guess good mental health would be understanding that it's okay to be stressed, and just kind of figuring out your own kind of niche way of dealing with it, and understanding that you're not alone.
Being comfortable and being stable.
Good, that was a solid 5 words.
Looking after yourself properly.
It's just being in peace with yourself and your thoughts.
I think working on yourself and finding positive vibes.
But I'd say how you feel with your surrounding environment, but also what that makes you feel inside, I guess.
But I think feeling content and you know what you're doing and that you are loved. And I think that's sort of base level that everyone needs.
Everyone needs to know they're loved.
Yes.
Couldn't have said any better. Hope you enjoyed the video, guys. I think we had a bunch of great responses there. One thing I think we can conclude on is that having good mental health is about being positive and true to oneself and enjoy the moments of life we can. So I hope you enjoyed the video again. Take care.
Hi, we're Rhubarb TV, and we're here today at the SU's Give It a Go petting zoo.
So you can see here 2 lonely pigs, which are the biggest mood ever, because they're just laying in the sun.
They're so cute. Oh my, this one's wet. Trying to get it to oink. We just oinked in sync. I wasn't expecting these to be very they're therapeutic and relaxing.
Yeah,
but they are. I think it's because they're so relaxed.
Yeah, they are such a mood.
Yeah.
That you just feel it. So after being while petting the pigs, I have to give them 4 out of 5 rhubarbs, because I did not expect them to be so relaxing.
Regrets. We're over here now at the chicken pen. I'm not gonna lie, ducks, they have got ducks too. The ducks look quite calm. These chickens, I'm kind of scared. I'm a little bit scared. For the fact that we can't really pet them, I'm only going to give them a 1 out of 5 rhubarbs.
Yeah.
They look a bit scary, stressing me out even more. Let's move on to the next one. This is the sweetest little thing. I've been expecting you, Mr. Bond. This is very therapeutic. I love it.
I'm not even hugging it and I love it.
It's not even trying to go away, it's just chill.
It's just happy.
Okay, this one's gonna have a high rating.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, I'm gonna give this one
I'm
4,
gonna give it
5, 4.5.
4.5. Yeah, 4.5 sounds right.
Out of 5.
Yeah.
Just look at that little face.
It's too cute. I don't mind.
I wish I could take them all home, but this is the only one that likes me. We're over here now at the donkey pen. I just feel sad.
Yeah, like he looks like he wants to be running or something.
How therapeutic and relaxing was that for you?
I'm gonna go for a 2 out of 5 because it felt really sad for that one.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna agree with that. 2 out of 5 rhubarbs.
Yeah.
As you can see, we are now in the goat cage pen. Really getting hands-on now with the animals.
I feel relaxed. This is like the highest peak of the day.
Magic. I just.
How many rhubarbs would you give it out of 5?
This deserves a 5.
Yeah, I agree. This is a 5. Just watching you is making me feel relaxed.
It's just so cute.
There are also sheep in this pen.
There's baby sheep
and
here.
they're so soft. They're so soft. I'd also rate the sheep 5 out of 5 rhubarbs. Just because they're so
Just because of the fluffiness.
Yeah. Thank you so much to the SU Give It a Go, this petting zoo today. We've had a really good time. We've had a very therapeutic, relaxing time.
Experience.
So we wish you the best of luck for all of your exams.
All of your essays, anything that you have to turn in.
Have a great day. Bye.
Bye.
So in college, I was a government major, which means I had to write a lot of papers. Now, when a normal student writes a paper, they might spread the work out a little like this. So, you get started maybe a little slowly, but you get enough done in the first week that with some heavier days later on, everything gets done and things stay civil. And I would want to do that like that. That would be the plan. I would have it all ready to go, but then actually the paper would come along, and then I would kind of do this. And that would happen every single paper. But then came my 90-page senior thesis, a paper you're supposed to spend a year on. I knew for a paper like that, my normal workflow was not an option. It was way too big a project. So I planned things out, and I decided I kind of had to go something like this. This is how the year would go. So I'd start off light, and I'd bump it up in the middle months. And then at the end, I would kick it up into high gear. It's just like a little staircase. How hard could it be to just walk up the stairs? No big deal, right? But then, funniest thing happened. Those first few months, they came and went, and I couldn't quite do stuff. So we had an awesome new revised plan. But then those middle months actually went by, and I didn't really write words. And so we were here. And then 2 months turned into 1 month, which turned into 2 weeks. And one day I woke up with 3 days until the deadline, still not having written a word. And so I did the only thing I could. I wrote 90 pages over 72 hours, pulling not 1 but 2 all-nighters. Humans are not supposed to pull 2 all-nighters. Sprinted across campus, dove in slow motion, and got it in just at the deadline. I thought that was the end of everything. But a week later, I get a call. And it's the school. And they say, "Is this Tim Urban?" And I say, "Yeah." And they say, "We need to talk about your thesis." And I say, "Okay." And they say, "It's the best one we've ever seen." That did not happen. It was a very, very bad thesis. I just wanted to enjoy that one moment when all of you thought, "This guy is amazing." No, it was very, very bad. Anyway, today I'm a writer, blogger guy. I write the blog Wait But Why. And a couple of years ago, I decided to write about procrastination. My behaviors always perplexed the non-procrastinators around me, and I wanted to explain to the non-procrastinators of the world what goes on in the heads of procrastinators and why we are the way we are. Now, I had a hypothesis that the brains of procrastinators were actually different than the brains of other people. And to test this, I found an MRI lab that actually let me scan both my brain and the brain of a proven non-procrastinator, and so I could compare them, and I actually brought them here to show you today, and I want you to take a look carefully to see if you can notice a difference. And I know that if you're not a trained brain expert, it's not that obvious, but just take a look, okay? So here's the brain of a non-procrastinator. Now, here's my brain. There is a difference. Both brains have a rational decision maker in them, but the procrastinator's brain also has an instant gratification monkey. Now, what does this mean for the procrastinator? Well, it means everything's fine until this happens. So the rational decision maker will make the rational decision to do something productive, but the monkey doesn't like that plan. So he actually takes the wheel and he says, actually, let's read the entire Wikipedia page of the Nancy Kerrigan-Tanya Harding scandal because I just remembered that happened. Then we're going to go over to the fridge. We're going to see if there's anything new in there since 10 minutes ago. After that, we're going to go on a YouTube spiral that starts with videos of Richard Feynman talking about magnets and ends much, much later with us watching interviews with Justin Bieber's mom. All of that's going to take a while, so we're not going to really have room on the schedule for any work today. Sorry. Now, what is going on here? The instant gratification monkey does not seem like a guy you want behind the wheel. He lives entirely in the present moment. He has no memory of the past, no knowledge of the future, and he only cares about two things: easy and fun. Now, in the animal world, that works fine. If you're a dog and you spend your whole life doing nothing other than easy and fun things, you're a huge success. And to the monkey, humans are just another animal species. He has to keep well slept, well fed, and propagating into the next generation, which in tribal times might have worked okay. But if you haven't noticed, now we're not in tribal times. We're in an advanced civilization, and the monkey does not know what that is, which is why
we're about to begin in the next 20 seconds. So if you'd like to quieten down, take your seats, get comfortable, because we're going to begin with a short video. So, welcome back. I hope that you've had a great day so far, and I hope you're looking forward to the rest of the conference that we have. Again, just to realign what TED is and what TEDx is specifically, we've got another video to show you an example of what we do here at TEDx. So, I hope you enjoy. We have had a breadth of speakers, which I mentioned earlier on today. So I hope that you have enjoyed them, and I want to highlight that we have a networking session at the very end of the day. So please, if you haven't already, take the opportunity to speak to our wonderful speakers who have given their time today and talked about things that they are really passionate about, that they really know, and that they are hoping to share their ideas with you. So again, as I mentioned earlier, we now have a short video to show you, and hope you enjoy.
First of all, for those of you who are not familiar with my work, I create multicultural characters, so characters from lots of different backgrounds. So before the present is the new future, a bit about the past is that I grew up in a family that was everything, multiracial, multicultural, black and white, Caribbean, Irish American, German American. There was like Dominican music blasting from, stereo. It was just, there were Christians and Jews. That's a long story filled with intrigue and interfaith guilt and shame. But, you know, it was just, I was totally immersed in this world that was, you know, filled with everybody. And then I went on to the United Nations School, and that just completely, so I began sort of developing these voices and these people, all of whom were loosely based on people I really know. And so, for example, in performing them, I would really try to inhabit them. And for example, I don't really talk like that, but that was one of my people. And I am going to bring a few of my friends, I think of them as my friends, to this stage in the spirit of the idea that the present is the new future in sort of a meta way, because I thought about it, and the future for me, what can be so frightening is that I don't know what's coming. I don't know if that's true for other people, but that notion of, you know, thinking about how we can kind of understand the future and predict outcomes, for me, it's terrifying to not know what might be coming. And so the idea that there are questions that I've never seen that my people are going to answer, and some of these characters have been with me for ages, some of them don't even have names. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's coming. And all I can do is remind myself that I told Chris I'd fly by the seat of my pants, and now that I'm up here, it sort of feels like that dream where you don't have any pants on. And so I suppose I'm going to be flying by the seat of my ass. That said, let's just see who comes out. May we have the first question? Do you ever get headaches from the microchips implanted in your brain?
Right. Okay. Well, first of all, I'll just say that I hope you can hear me okay. My name is Lorraine Levine, and the idea of microchips implanted in my brain, frankly, just putting on my glasses reminds me of, thank God I'm not wearing the Google glasses. No offense to them. I'm glad that you all enjoy them, but at my age, just putting on the regular ones I have already gives me too much information. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? I don't need to know more. I don't want to know. That's it. That's enough. I love you all. You're wonderful. It's fabulous to be here with such big machas again this year. Mwah.
Okay, next question. Next, please. Is dating boring now that humans reproduce asexually? Who do we got? Hi, okay, hi everybody. My name is Nereida. I just want to say, first of all, that dating is never boring under any circumstance. But I am very excited to be here right now, so I'm just trying to remind myself that, you know, like the purpose of being here and everything, I mean, trying to answer these questions, it is very exciting. But I just need to acknowledge that, you know, TED is an incredible experience right now in the present. Like, I mean, I just need to say, like, Isabel Allende. Okay, maybe it doesn't mean what it means. I mean, of course it means something to you, but to me, it's like another level, okay? Because I'm Latina, and I really appreciate the fact that there are role models here, you know, that I can really, I don't know, I just need to say that. That's incredible to me. And, you know, sometimes when I'm nervous and everything like that, I just need to, like, say some affirmations that can help me, like, you know, I usually just try to use like the 3 little words that always make me feel better. Sotomayor, Sotomayor, Sotomayor. Just, it really helps me to get grounded. Now I can use Allende, Allende, Allende. And, you know, I just need to say it. Like, it's so incredible to be here. And I knew that we were going to have these questions. I was so nervous. And I was thinking just like, oh, my God. And it reminded me, I mean, because I've had like some very, especially since the last time we were here at TED, it was like unbelievable. And then right after that, like so many crazy things happened. Like we ended up going to the White House to perform. That was like amazing. And I'm standing there. And I was just like, please don't say, oh, my God, don't say, oh, my God. And I just kept saying it, oh, my God, oh, my God. And, you know, I kept thinking to myself, like, President Obama has to come up here at the same podium. And I'm standing here saying, oh my God, it's like the separation of church and state. I couldn't process. It was really too much. So I think I've lost my way. But what I wanted to say is that dating, for me, you know, as far as I'm concerned, however you reproduce, as long as you're enjoying yourself and it's with another consenting asexual, I don't know. You know where I'm going with that. Okay, ciao, gracias. Okay, next question. What are your top 5 favorite songs right now?
All right, well, first of all, I'm going to say, you know what I'm saying, I'm the only dude up here right now. My name is Rashid, and I've never been at TED before, you know what I'm saying? I think Sarah Jones, maybe she didn't want me to come out last time, I don't know why, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, I would be like a perfect fit for TED, you know what I'm saying? You know, first of all, that I'm in hip hop, you know what I'm saying? I know some of y'all maybe not really as much into the music, but the first way y'all can always know, you know what I'm saying, that I'm in hip hop is because I hold the microphone in the official MC posture. Y'all can see that right there. That's how you hold it. All right, so you get your little tutorial right there. But when Sarah Jones told me we was gonna come up here, I was like, bet, you know what I'm saying? Ted, it's real fly. Y'all got a whole lot of dope, you know what I'm saying, shit going on and everything. But she was like, yeah, we're gonna have to answer like some random questions. Just like, and I was like, what the hell is that? You know what I'm saying? Just stand up there and answer some random questions. I don't wanna, I mean, it's like an intellectual stop and frisk. You know what I'm saying? I don't wanna be standing up there just, or getting interrogated and whatnot. That's what I'm trying to leave behind in New York. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I would have to say my top 5 songs right now is all out of my own personal catalog. You know what I mean? So if you want to know more about that, you know what I'm saying, we could talk about the anti-piracy and all that. But as far as I'm concerned, you know, I believe in Creative Commons. And I think it's real important that, you know, that needs to be sustainable and everything. And I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, this right here, this is an environment I would like to sustain. You know what I mean? But just saying, if y'all interested in the top 5 songs, you need to holler at me. You know what I'm saying? All right? In the future or the present. Yeah. Enjoy the rest of it.
Okay, next question. What do we got? How many of your organs have been through? Well, I have to say that I don't know about how many of my organs have been 3D printed as such. But I can't tell you that it is so challenging to me, you know, kind of thinking about this concept of the future and that, you know, all around the world, parents are kind of telling their small children, you know, please, you have to eat that. You know, I have slaved over a hot 3D printer all day so that you can have this meal, you know, that kind of thing. Of course, now that we have changed, you know, from the global south, there is a total kind of perspective shift that is happening around the, you know, you can't just say to them, well, there are starving children. Well, it is the future, but nobody is starving anymore, thank God. As you can tell, I have kind of that optimism. And I do hope that we can continue to kind of 3D print. Well, let us just say, I like to think that even in the future, we will have the publication kind of, you know, all the food that's fit to print. But everybody, please to enjoy that. And again, I think that you do throw a cracking good party here at TED. Thank you. Okay, next question. What has changed? What has changed? Okay, it's like, I have to think about that. What has changed now that women run the world? First of all, I really, I just want to say, and my name is Bella, I just want to, identify myself, that, as a feminist, I really find that, you know, because I was born in the 90s, and, you know, there were a lot of women who were, as far as feminism was concerned, maybe they didn't understand that, a feminist like me, I don't think it's required that, you have to have a certain kind of voice or, a certain way of, presenting yourself to be feminist. Because I think that, feminism can be really hot. And, I think actually that it's really vital and important. The quotation I'm wearing is from, Gloria Steinem. And, I'm named Bella for Bella Abzug, who's obviously a really important feminist from history. And I just think that those women really represent that you can be vital and amazing, amazing. And you don't have to wear an Eileen Fisher kaftan just to prove that you're a feminist. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but my mom, she's why do you have to wear pants that objectify your body? I like my pants. I like my voice. She's why do you have to talk? Talk like what? I'm expressing myself. And I think that we have to reach out, not only across the different generations of feminists, but also across the vocal ranges. So that, because otherwise it's just,
restriculous within feminism, which is just like a word that I created that means like so strict it's ridiculous. So that's my feeling about that. You guys are amazing, by the way. Okay, next question.
Yeah, you know what? So, my name is Joseph Mancuso. First of all, I just want to say that I appreciate that TED in general has been a pretty orderly crowd, pretty orderly group. You know, I just have to say the whole thing with baldness and, you know, here's the thing. As long as the woman, in my case, because it's a modern world, do whatever you want to do. I don't have any problem with anybody. Enjoy yourself. LGBTQLMNOP. All right? But, you know, as far as I'm concerned, attractiveness, women don't really care as much as you think they do about the, you know. I mean, I remember hearing this woman, she loved her husband, it was the sweetest thing. It's a pretty young girl, you know, and this guy's older. And, you know, she said she would love him even if he had snow on the roof or even if it melted and disappeared altogether. You know, as far as I'm concerned, it's about the love. Am I right or am I right? So that's it. That's it. That's it. I don't got nothing more to say. Keep your noses clean.
Next question. Have you ever tasted meat that's not lab grown? Well, I want to start by saying that this is a very difficult experience for a Chinese American. I don't know what to call myself now because I have really my Chinese identity, but my kids, they're American Chinese. But it's difficult to try to express myself in front of audience of people like this. But if I have to give my opinion about meat, I think first the most important thing is to say that we don't have to have perfect food, but maybe it can also not be poison. Maybe we can have some middle ground for that. But I will continue to consider this idea, and I will report back maybe next year. Next. Will there ever be a post-racial world?
Thank you for having me. My name is Gary Weaselhead. Enjoy that. I'm a member of the Blackfeet Nation. I'm also half Lakota, but that is my given name. And no, even though it would have seemed like an obvious choice, no, I did not go into politics. Tough crowd. But I always like to just let people know when they ask about race or those kinds of things. You know, as a member of the First Nations community, you know, I'm probably not your typical guy. For example, in addition to being an activist, I'm also a professional stand-up comedian. And, you know, I'm most popular on college and university campuses. You know, whenever they want to do a diversity day or, hey, we're not all white week, you know, then I'm there. Do I think there'll ever be a post-racial world? I think really you can't talk about race without remembering that it is a construct in certain respects, but also that, you know, until we redress the wrongs of the past, we're going to be turned around. I don't care if the present is the new future. And I think there's a lot of great people here at TED who are working to address that. So with that, If anything I've said today makes you feel uncomfortable, you're welcome.
I think we have time for one more. What's the most popular diet these days? Who's here? Okay, well, I'm just going to answer this really fast as like 3 or 4 different people. I mean, really fast. I'm just going to let y'all know that as far as diet is concerned, if you don't love yourself inside, there is no diet on this earth that is going to make your behind small enough for you to feel good. So just stop wasting your time. I would just like to say, as an African woman, that I believe the diet that we need is really to remove the crazy belief that there is anything wrong with a nice backside. No, I am teasing about that. There is nothing wrong with a woman of size. That is what I am trying to say. Women, celebrate your body, for God's sake. Stop running around starving. You are making yourselves and other people miserable. Last answer.
So we talking about what's the most popular diet. I'm going to start off by telling y'all that this is my first time here at TED. I might not be your typical person you find on this stage. My dental work not as nice as some people. But I made Sarah Jones promise she gonna bring me this time. Because she didn't bring me before. But you know, I just want to say there's a lot of things more important than counting calories. And as somebody living on the street in New York and getting to come here, hear y'all ideas worth spreading, I want to tell y'all I believe in this idea that the present is the new future. That where you sit, you create everything that's going to come, for better or worse. And for me, I think homeless, the wrong word for it anyway. You know, I might not have me no place to lay my head at night, but that does make me houseless. I have me a home. You do too. Find it and try to find yourself in there. Make sure you know it's not just about virtual reality in space. That's wonderful, but it's also about the actual reality here on earth. How are people living today? How can you be part of the solution? Thank y'all for thinking about that right now in the present moment to influence the future. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Thank you all very, very much. Thank you for trusting me, Chris.
So, that was somewhat interesting, I suppose you could say, insight into what the future may hold. I don't know if I'm kind of particularly looking forward to all of it, but some of it was kind of amusing, and I'm like, hey, I mean, I'm not against it. With that being said, I'd like to welcome on our next speaker, who's also going to be talking about expectations, but in a slightly different manner, if you will. So I really, really, really hope you enjoy. Our next speaker is Laura London, so if you wouldn't mind giving a round of applause.
Yes, my name is Laura London, and I'm a magician. But how does someone like me get into magic? When I was young, I was bouncing off the walls. I struggled to sleep. My behavior and sleep patterns became so bad that I was sent to a special clinic when I was 6 years old for children with sleeping disorders. And it was there that I was diagnosed with ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Now, the problem with ADHD, it really is one of these things that a parent really struggles with. The doctor said to my mum that the chances of me doing well in school was unlikely because I'd struggle to focus. He also said that he predicted I might find it difficult to hold down what he called a proper job. There was a bit of light at the end of the tunnel though. He said to my mum that if I was into anything creative, I should be encouraged. Well, that creative urge came when I was 8 years old. That's when I fell in love with magic. I went to a party and I saw a magician perform the most amazing thing I had ever seen. A mind-boggling illusion called the Run Rabbit Run. Now you may laugh, but this here changed my life. This isn't the magician, but this here is the effect. If you don't know it, it is where a little wooden rabbit disappears and reappears in magical ways. Now, it wasn't the magician that made me fall in love with magic, and it wasn't the trick. It was the moment I looked around the room and I saw every single child having the time of their lives. And when my mum picked me up that afternoon, I said I wanted to be a magician because I wanted to make people feel the same way. So after that, for every Christmas and birthday, I was given a small budget to spend in the magic shop. I'd spend it on magic tricks and magic books and anything that it would help to help me become a magician. You see, magic seemed to have a real calming influence on me. And whenever I was bouncing off the walls, my mum would put a box of magic tricks in front of me. I'd take out the playing cards or the cups and balls, and I'd sit there and practice for hours. By the time I was 13, I had put an act together and I was ready to be the coolest kid in school. Or so I thought. As you can imagine, I didn't have very many friends. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, I wasn't very good. But I was persistent in my pursuit to create wonder and bring joy to people's lives through magic. But I discovered another joy, and it was around this time that I started experimenting with drugs. It became so bad that my mum had to deal with now a whole other side of me. I had bad behavior. It wasn't easy. In fact, she was amazing. When I was born, my mum owned one of the biggest nightclubs in London. We had money, but it wasn't long before that money was gone. And we had gone from being a well-to-do family to a poor one. My mum brought me up by herself because my father passed away when I was very little. You know, she was the kind of woman who would go without food to give me what I needed, but I did not appreciate it at the time at all. By the time I was 15, I had left school. I had also left home. Life was really, really difficult. Trying to live a life on your own at 15 isn't easy. I had to make money where I could, sometimes in dubious ways. I'd spend my time partying, getting high, and doing things that I shouldn't be doing. I did, however, get myself a job on Saturdays at a magic stall in Covent Garden in London, selling magic tricks to tourists. And I would perform in any pub, club, bar that one would allow me in for food, for things to eat, for a small amount of money. I was a high-risk teenager that was deemed likely to end up in prison, or far worse, is what they said. But as a consequence, I got a lifeline. And at 16, I was given a council flat. And although I continued to do what I was doing, I knew something had to change. I knew I couldn't be that person, that statistic, the person that they said was going to end up in prison, or worse. There was only one dream I had, or one thing I really, really wanted to do, and I wanted to join the world-famous society, the Magic Circle. I mean, I didn't have any school certificates. I thought somehow by being a member of this club, it would somehow legitimize the magic that I performed. So on my 18th birthday, I did my exam, and I became the youngest female member at the time. I was so proud. It was, the first decision that I'd made in my life that was a positive one. I remember standing outside the big blue doors of the headquarters. I was terrified. I was so scared to go in. I didn't know anyone there, and I certainly didn't look like anyone there. In fact, I was a punk. I was alternative. I had shaved sides, bright coloured hair. But eventually I got the courage and I walked in. I stood at the back of the club room and nobody spoke to me. Eventually, when somebody did, the first thing they said was, if you're going to start coming to this establishment, you should start dressing more appropriately. It clearly wasn't the welcome I had expected. Perhaps for a confused teenager, I didn't really know how to take that. So I turned around and I went back to the blue doors and I opened it and I was about to leave and probably never come back. But this woman here, she stopped me. She said, "Who are you?" Well, she might not have known who I was, but I knew exactly who she was. This was Faye Presto, London's most famous and well-known close-up magician. But at the time, she was just being a friendly face in an otherwise strange environment. She stopped me from making the biggest mistake of my life. At that time, anyway, she took me back in. She introduced me to the club properly, a club that I grew to love and one that I am affiliated with so much now. With friends, I'm a member of the Inner Magic Circle, and I'm even the librarian. Who would have thought? This woman, Faye, she not only did that for me then, she helped me become a performer, a magician, an adult. She was instrumental in helping me become the person that I am today. But my journey was just beginning. Over the last 20 years, I have tried every kind of magic. At 18, I had my first TV show called Playing Tricks in the wake of David Blaine's street magic shows when it was really popular. But it wasn't the kind of thing I wanted to do, although I had a great experience. I tried my hand at mentalism like Derren Brown, nowhere near as good. And although fascinated by the subject, I knew that wasn't for me either. I even tried my hand at being a comedy illusionist. And if you're wondering, I'm not the blonde one. Eventually I realized that my journey had been about finding out who I was, accepting who I was, flaws and all, so that I could perform the kind of magic that I loved. And that was close-up magic. I loved the intimacy of it. I loved the way it allowed me to connect with my audience on a more personal level. I loved the way it made the audience feel, like I did and those kids when I was young, when we saw the Run, Rabbit, Run. You see, the doctor was right all those years ago. I did struggle in school. But as for not having a proper job, I'm rather proud of that. Because magic has paid my rent. And although it's been a struggle at times, I couldn't be happier with the decisions I ended up making, despite what people said about me and despite the expectation that they had when I was 6 years old. And so I can say, thankfully, I am a close-up magician. That is what I do, and I have been fortunate to perform around the world and do things that I never, ever thought I would do. I now lecture on the subject. I used to have pockets full of coins and ropes and props, and I love what I do. But in 2012, I was inspired by somebody to specialize in sleight of hand, in pure card magic. I'd always loved the simplicity of a deck of playing cards, these 52 objects that can be in perfect order, but also completely chaotic. So with that, I would love to share something with you. So let's see, is there someone that wouldn't mind helping me? Perhaps you, would you mind coming up? Give her a round of applause. What's your name?
Sonim.
Sonim, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much. Sonim, you and I are going to play a game. It's very simple. What I would like you to do is name a playing card. Thank you. Yes, please, name a card and tell everybody what it is.
King of Spades.
Oh, I love it. Most people pick the ace, but not you. I'm joking. Okay, what I would like you to do is this. I want you to hold your hand out for me. Perfect. I'm going to shuffle these cards and I'm going to take one of them and place it on top. Now, it doesn't matter what it is. Okay. But if after I've shuffled, your card ends up on the top, I'm going to be so happy. I'm going to be honest, it hasn't happened all week, so don't get your hopes up, okay? Card we're going to use? It's not even close.
No.
But thank you for your sympathy. If I place the 2 of clubs right here, the game is this. I am going to take that from you without you noticing. If this works, the rest will be easy. Put your hand over the top and give me a challenge. Wow, she really is. Okay, perfect. Okay, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to take the Jack of Hearts and I'm going to use this to distract you all and you. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. So if I have the 2 of clubs, Sunny,
Okay.
what do you have in your hand?
Oh wow, I have the King of Spades.
Thank you very much. Now you have the card that you wanted and you're sufficiently warmed up. Would you please write your name in big letters? Write it on one of the white bits so that we can see it nice and clearly. Perfect. Now, would you like to know how this works? No problem. Place your card here. You see, I am a magician, but I'm a very specific kind. I'm a sleight of hand artist, which means as wonderful as magic gestures are, in fact, hold on to that for me. And you were wonderful, by the way. And you know, we do always use these clips and magic words, but the truth is I spend a lot of time on my own with a deck of playing cards. I mean, that's the truth. But because of it, I can control your card to wherever I like by means of misdirection, practice. So here, let me give you an example. If I flick through the cards, I can count very quickly. That there is the 24th card, which makes this card here the 25th position. Now I know exactly where it is. I can control it to wherever I like. For example, I could cut it, I could shuffle it, and I still know. But what if I told you this? I haven't lied to you. I know where your card is, I put it there. But the reason I can shuffle these is because your card is no longer inside the deck. So the question is, if it's not here, where is it?
Oh.
It's actually in front of you all. And right here, there is a box. And if you listen, have a look inside. Folded into 4 pieces. Have a look. There's one card. If you want to check the box as well.
Yep, nothing in there.
Is that your card?
It is.
Thank you very, very much. And this here is for you. Thank you so much. Give her a huge round of applause. There you go. Because of my newfound passion for sleight of hand and card magic, I immersed myself into the world. And I wondered what to do with these new skills that I had learned. I had an idea to write a show about a card cheat. This was about 5 years ago, but I hadn't really written anything in my life, not properly. I guess I was sort of scared, my lack of education, the ADHD always said, oh, you can't do that. But I insisted to myself that this was what I was going to do. And with help from amazing people, I did it. My manager, my writer, everyone helped me and get together a show that I'm so proud of. It's my one-woman show called Cheat. And in 2016, I took it to the Edinburgh Fringe Festival and it received good reviews. In fact, it received great reviews. And I was so surprised and thrilled. And this here is a show that means everything to me. It's about a card cheat from the 1920s called Geraldine Hartman. And in it, I was able to put the things that I'd been learning, my study of sleight of hand and my obsession with card cheats and techniques in that world. So before I go, I'd love to share something from that show with you now. This here is a journal of a card cheat. And inside, it shares the techniques that she used, Geraldine. It shares diary entries, music notes. She was a violinist. But the thing that I studied from this journal most was her memory techniques and her skill in sleight of hand. Every single day, what Geraldine would do is she would take out a deck of playing cards. She would cut to a random card, it wouldn't matter what it is. For example, if I'm to cut here, all right, it's the 2 of spades. What she would then do is proceed to find all of that suit using techniques that she needed to practice. So I'm going to do the same for you, but I'm going to use techniques that I like to practice. So here it is, my homage to Geraldine Hartman. I think there should be one just about there. Three, 4, and 6. I know they're not in order, but that's okay. All right, now I'm going to try and find you the 7 of spades using something called estimation. This is where you cut to a card, exactly. Would have been good though, right? I tell you what, I will find it in a slightly different way, if I'm right. 7 of spades. Thank you. You know, I really want to find you a card using estimation, so I'm going to go for the 8 of spades. Try for the 10. Should be just about there. And if I'm right, I go 1, 2, 3. I should now have all the court cards. The Queen, the King, and the Jack. This here is one of the hardest ones I do, so if it doesn't work first time, please forgive me, but I will try my best. I'm going to try and grab the 9 of spades from the middle of the deck. Thank you. Oh, of course, one more, the most important card in the deck. Let's try for the Ace of Spades, which should be just about here. I started my life, it was chaotic. The doctor said that I'd struggled with focus, and I did. I didn't know where I was going or where I would end up, but my passion for magic and sleight of hand helped me focus. It helped me go in the right direction. And I understand that these aren't in order, but sometimes from out of chaos can come order. Once said that from chaos there is always a secret order that is only visible over time as you look back over your life. You just have to find it. If I'm right, close, and all of the downs. Thank you very, very much. My name's Laura London.
Thank you very, very much to Laura London for that very, very entertaining card trick. I will admit I've seen it once before, so a cheeky sneak peek, but I will say that it's still amazing every single time. Absolutely love it. And I think one of the clearest messages and one of the main messages was that you don't always know what to expect, and sometimes things can out of negative experiences, positive things can kind of come through. So thank you again to Laura London. That was exceptional, really entertaining, and yeah. So with that being said, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, which is Emma. She again will be speaking about her perspective of expectations and how that has really made an impact for her. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage Emma Rosen.
One second, everyone.
It really has affected me, and I think the entire committee could also agree that it was something that we all agreed was important. Expectation means different things to different people, and different people are affected by expectations, both personal and external as well. But without further ado, I would like to introduce our next speaker, which is Emma Rosen. So with a round of applause, we'd like to welcome Emma.
One day, about 2 years ago, I was attacked by a police dog. And this was the full works. It was howling, snarling, snapping its teeth, frothing a bit at the mouth. On its hind legs, it was about as big as I am. So I assure you I had done nothing wrong, but I had willingly allowed myself to be shut in a cupboard with a big bite sleeve and a squeaky chew toy, and had the Alsatians set loose to hunt me down. I was on a police dog training exercise, and I think it's safe to say that that is not your average Monday morning in the office. So I've had a bit of an unusual career path. And when I started my first professional job several years before that, I just kind of assumed that I would be happy. I wasn't. It turns out I was really quite unhappy in what I was doing. And that kind of threw me, because I'd never taken happiness into serious consideration when choosing a career path. I thought all about the type of work I'd be doing, whether I'd be any good at it. Salary, job security were obviously major features. And then there was things like whether I'd have the access to being promoted, whether I'd have further training and development, whether my parents would be proud of me. But happiness, that hadn't really ever come into it. So I decided to start speaking to other people to see whether this was just me having a bit of a moan. It wasn't. It turns out lots of other people expected to be happy when they first started work, but also weren't. And that is despite the fact that they were earning salaries that were enough to cover rent, and they were outwardly doing really well. And so whilst that helped me not feel quite so alone, I still didn't really know what I should do about the problem. So I decided to start saving up. And over the next year, I saved up every single penny that I possibly could. And then I decided to do something about the problem. I quit my job. And I took a sabbatical. And I decided that I wanted to spend an entire year focusing purely on figuring out which job would both bring me some happiness and earn me an income. And I decided to do this by asking 25 different companies if I could go and do some short-term work experience and work shadowing with them, just to see what it was like, just to test out all of my assumptions. And I decided to do all 25 in a year before my 25th birthday, and that works out as roughly one every 2 weeks. So a bit mental, right? Yeah, exactly. Except that 25 said yes, and many of them even agreed to pay me. And that was going to help me figure out exactly what I wanted to do for a living. And I thought, you know what, every other Monday morning for an entire year, I was going to start by thinking this could be my dream job. They were really varied. They were really varied and really diverse. So, for example, there was journalism at a national newspaper. There was property development, where I was given the company credit card, sent to IKEA, and told to furnish an entire show flat with basically no spending limit. It was pretty fun. And then there was being an explorer, for which I was sent to Morocco to shadow a mountaineering guide in the Atlas Mountains, where I discovered that I do get altitude sickness. After that, there was interior design, working in marketing, and then I went to Transylvania to work on an archaeological excavation of a Roman palace, where I found a 2,000-year-old coin. After that, I worked in tech startups, and then as a forest school teacher, where I was regularly outsmarted by 6-year-olds, genuinely. And then after that, I went down to Cornwall and worked on a hillside in the middle of winter to learn how to be an alpaca farmer. I learned that they spit. And after that, I photographed weddings in Ibiza, and then went to the Andes, where I worked as a tour guide in Venezuela and got stuck in some pretty bad riots. Wrong place, wrong time. And I finally got to work in publishing and publish a book. And this is less than half of all the different placements that I tried. And as you can tell, I absolutely loved nearly all of them. Although some, like working with the police dogs, I was perhaps not best suited to. But what all of these experiences did for me was a rather unique perspective on the world of work and the little things that can make us all a bit happier in it. Because despite the assumption that we will just be happy when we start work, the vast majority of us, in fact, aren't. 54% are so unhappy that they not only want to quit their job, but they want to change career entirely. If we focus just on young people, that shoots up to 72%. That is 3 in 4 of my lovely audience that are here today. And if you think about it, that's an awful lot of unfulfilled expectation. But it's also a lot of unfulfilled potential. That's a lot of people sitting there every day watching and waiting for the clock to hit 5. It means you are far more likely to take a sick day, for real or otherwise. You're far more likely to have poorer mental health. It's worse for your brain to be unhappy in your job than it is for you to be unemployed, and it can even lower your life expectancy. And all of this means that you are not the most engaged or the most productive that you could possibly be at work. And that is not good for anyone. Obviously, that is not good for you. But it's also not good for your team, it's not good for your boss, it's not good for your organisation, and if we scale up that 72%, that is not good for the wider economy. So what can we do about it? Particularly, what can we do on a personal level? And what I want to do now is to just go through the 5 most important things that I learned when I had the chance to really try so many different jobs in so many different industries. So, first thing is aiming to be happy and feel fulfilled at work in and of itself is an important goal. It is okay for that to be your primary goal or your primary driver. As long as you have a minimum salary that is enough to cover your basic living costs, in the grand scheme of things, the rest of it just doesn't matter that much. The society we live in tends to value materialism and status over happiness. And for many of us, that is okay, and that is the same as equaling happiness. But for some of us, it just isn't quite enough. And when I had the chance to step back and to really reevaluate my priorities, it led to making some very different types of decisions. And it's the test of looking back on your life in your 80s. It's the test of no regrets. So imagine it is years and years and years down the line, you're looking back over your life. What do you value? Does that job, does that promotion, does that pay rise, does that matter more than knowing that you spent your days happy? And this is especially important when we consider just how long we're going to be at work for. Many of us here today will be at work well into our 70s. That is over half a century in the office. Yeah. And we will statistically change career at least 5 times in that time. And that is an awful lot of hours to be at work. And this leads to my second point, which is that there are different jobs that are right for us at different stages of our life. As we get older, our priorities will change, they will shift. What's right for us in our early 20s might be completely different from what is right for us in our late 20s. And that will be different again from our 30s, 40s, 50s, and so on. And whilst I loved nearly all of the jobs that I did, there were plenty that just weren't right for me right now. Someday, I would genuinely love to retrain as a landscape gardener or an interior designer or work in publishing. But if I'm really brutally honest with myself, that's not quite what I want at the moment. So keep those things in your back pocket, because there is no longer such a thing as a job for life. Of course, in all of this, money matters. We all have rent, we all have bills to pay. But that is not to suggest that money and happiness are mutually exclusive. They're not. If you can find a job that both pays the bills and pays well and you love it, then that is great. But I spent my sabbatical earning just enough to kind of make ends meet, and it was still the best year of my life so far. I still was able to answer all of the questions that I set out to from the start, and I still kind of really reflect on how it was the best year of my life, and how I was able to have a career now that is better than I ever dared dream possible. And because I took the time to simply see what it was I wanted to do. I finally was able to accept that happiness can be a measure of success in and of its own right. And this takes me to my third point, which is that happiness is, on the flip side of the coin, is also something that you can get a little bit obsessed by, in exactly the same way as you can by money and as you can by status when they are your primary goal or driver. And that is a little bit what happened when I spent an entire year focusing purely on my own happiness, always hoping that there'd be something better around the corner in the next job I tried, the next job, or the one after that. And for long stretches, it meant that I was simply not enjoying the present. And it wasn't until the end that I realised that the pursuit of happiness is just that. It's a pursuit. There is no end state, it is ongoing. And at no point in life will everything be absolutely perfect. And I don't mean this in a nihilistic sense, but it is something that many of us do struggle with, the high expectations that we have of life and the reality, which is somewhat more nuanced. It's unpredictable, but that's what makes it so much more exciting. If we only ever aim for one career utopia or some sort of professional nirvana, we may never find it. And this leads to my fourth point, which is that there is no such thing as a Prince Charming job. No job, no career is perfect. Everyone has bad days and everyone has good days. Working from home, for example, it can be great, but it can also lead to loneliness. The best job in the world doesn't necessarily also mean the best boss or the best continued professional development. As with all things, it's about asking yourself what you're willing to compromise on and enjoying the journey. Except that is a little bit of a cliche. It's a true cliche, but it's a cliche nonetheless, because I ended up finding a bit of a get-out clause for this, which I hadn't really expected, but has worked out fairly well for me. And that's the idea that you don't necessarily need to aim for one Prince Charming job that you hold up on a pedestal. You can aim for 2 or even 3 Prince Charmings. And this is my final point, which is of a portfolio career. And this is the concept that you have multiple jobs at the same time through part-time, freelance, or contract work. They can be in the same industry or in different industries. It is up to you. And it's about spreading expectations across multiple jobs by having multiple passions, multiple skills. And it means that you're able to tick all the boxes you need to, everything that is important to you. And it means that things that could be major drawbacks if you were doing them permanently, they just don't matter quite as much when you're only doing it 1 or 2 days a week. It means that you are the one in control, and it is far easier to compromise when it's with yourself. It's about diversifying your skills, which will help you to become more resilient. It's about applying your knowledge laterally and rather than always logically and within predetermined constraints. And in a world that is clearly changing faster than it ever has before, where entire industries are at risk of AI and at risk of automation, being able to think outside the box and ask those difficult questions are what are going to keep you relevant and agile. But being a jack of all trades can also help you to be happier too. So people with portfolio careers have been proven to have far fewer sick days and higher morale, and instead of causing conflict, having multiple interests and multiple passions has been proven to have a significantly positive impact on well-being. So after trying so many different jobs in so many different industries in search for both professional and personal happiness, I didn't end up choosing a single job that I tried. Instead, I ended up deciding to specialise in a skill set rather than in one specific industry. I ended up specialising in communications, both written and verbal. So I now work as a professional speaker, as an author, and surprisingly, as a ghostwriter, which was something that I didn't even know existed until the very end of my journey. And this led me to the final point of all, which is the importance of learning to expect the unexpected. Learning how to deal with ambiguity and uncertainty, because this is how we are going to be spending our lives, learning how to deal with the massive amounts of change that are going to be coming our way for the next few decades. Like everyone else, I am regularly asked where I'm going next and where I want to be in 5 years' time, and these days, my answer is that I don't have a plan. I don't have a fixed goal that I am aiming for, and you know what? That's okay. I am figuring it out as I go along, and that is making me far happier than when I was following a predetermined path. Because 3 years ago, the idea of not having a plan would have absolutely horrified me. I'd have found it incredibly, incredibly stressful. But today, I'm comfortable leaving all of my career doors open. Because sometimes, when we're aiming for a goal with such inevitability, without truly considering whether it is genuinely right for us, keeps us blinkered and to other opportunities that are right in front of us. It means that we're never able to quite see things that we had ever envisaged for ourselves, because we never dared to imagine them. So the final words that I have on how to be happier at work are to say, embrace that uncertainty. It leaves so much room for unexpected opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Emma there. I think I can probably say that I somewhat understand in regards to the whole jack of all trades, master of none. I think that's what it's called. But yeah, I think it's definitely important to experience different things and not have so much pressure on yourself and expectation to know right off the bat what you want to do. I always use the example of the medical industry, you know, at the age of essentially 14, you have to know you want to be a doctor or a nurse, which is so much pressure. But thank you very much to Emma once again. I'd now like to welcome on our final speaker for this segment, which is Damien. So a round of applause for Damien, please.
Thank you very much. How the neuroscience of success is defining the way we create our futures. What is success? What is the word? What does it mean? It's a noun and it means to achieve. But success means different things to different people. Success to a refugee could mean freedom and survival. Success to a billionaire could mean fulfillment and legacy. success to a final year student could be as simple as how to deactivate Snapchat. When I was a baby, I didn't know what success meant. I had no idea what it was. At that moment, all I had was the present. In fact, in that present moment, I was only concerned with two things: my own survival and fulfillment. Was I happy? Was I hungry? And if not, could I be fed? My entire focus was on my mother and the food that she gave me. My entire focus was on a red dot. Can we design success? Is success something that we can create? I want to show you today how it is, how we all do it every moment, using our thinking. Because every action starts with a thought, and that thought will define our futures. Because the best way to predict the future is to create it. And we can create it right now, in this room, with the thinking that we have. We all have the ability to do it, and I'm going to do a little experiment today to show you how you are all doing it. But what is it like to be a human being, especially in the present day, where we have so many distractions, so many things that make us procrastinate? I'm actually a very good multitasker and a very good procrastinator, which means currently there are 37 things I'm putting off until later. What does it mean to be human? We all feel emotion. We all feel love. We all need to experience some sort of loss in our lives. This photograph isn't that old. It's 50 years old. 50 years ago in Tennessee, there was a civil rights march. This is a developed country, but all over the world right now, there are countries which are still having the same issue. How can we have evolved so fundamentally and exponentially with technology, and yet as human beings, it feels like we're 200,000 years in the past? This is the rover Curiosity taking a selfie on Mars. I personally think that anyone who takes selfies should have a good, long, hard look at themselves. Does anyone know how many rovers there are on Mars right now? 4. 4 rovers on Mars, 34 million miles away. Sojourner, Opportunity, Curiosity, and Dave. I made that last one up, it's Spirit. We have evolved exponentially to be able to put this technology on a planet that we couldn't have even dreamed about visiting 40 years ago. This actual image reminds me of my first girlfriend who said that she needed some space and then left me and joined NASA. But we all have to experience love, we all have to experience loss. It's part of being human. We all have to experience the death of something. The death of a relationship, the death of our own bodies, the death of a loved one. But death gives life meaning. Without it, we can't experience life. If we were all immortal, death would be the prize. And that's really worth thinking about. Pain is a way of experiencing life. Pain in the physical body tells us when something is wrong. It's giving us information. Information, the word information means being formed. It's telling us, it's giving us a message that we need to do something. So in the same way, Messages about our life are being given to us through our thinking. We will all grow old. We will all die. That is a fact. I asked my girlfriend the other day if she'd still love me when I was old and haggard, and she said, yes, I do, which I thought was a bit mean. So what happens when there is a misalignment, a malfunction in the physical? There is a condition called congenital analgesia, or congenital insensitivity to pain. It's a malfunction in the SCN9A gene, and sufferers who have this condition do not have the thought telling them that they have pain. They will bite their own tongues off. They can put their hand in a pot of boiling water and not feel it. It's a very debilitating condition. But it gives us an example of how we function as humans. We experience life from moment to moment through our thinking. This information is giving us feedback from our external world. So what happens when our mental well-being is out of alignment? What happens when we do things through our thinking that perhaps are destructive? Well, here's an example. In the 1980s, in Croatia, a beautiful country, there was mass genocide. These were neighbours killing neighbours. Neighbours killing neighbours on the way to work. And there is a malfunction in the way that we experience our thinking, which allows us and almost explains why we do this. We don't see things as we are. We don't see things as the world is. We see things as we are. Whatever thinking we're having in that moment is what seems real to us. An example of confirmational bias, where we see evidence and we try and fit it into what we believe, happened in Chernobyl. Chernobyl is the worst nuclear disaster ever to happen in the world, and it's going to take another 150 years to clean up. A series of events led to this disaster, and all of the information that was coming back to the people in the reactor was being ignored. Because as far as they were concerned, there was no problem. Cognitive dissonance is when we have thoughts that are in conflict. It happens to us all every day. When we have a core belief that's very strong, but we have thinking which opposes that belief, we struggle with it. People who smoke have cognitive dissonance. People who eat meat and love animals. Spending time on social media whilst you're at work. They're all examples of cognitive dissonance. I'm sure there's cognitive dissonance happening right now in this room, and it's happening in your wallets. When we spend money on a credit card, we are more likely to spend money that we don't have based on a future that hasn't happened yet because we think it'll be okay. In studies, they showed that people spending money on a credit card spend 113% more than if they were spending money with cash. And I know some of you are students, so maybe you don't have one of these yet, but you'll definitely have one of these. Sometimes spending too much time on social media doesn't help us, and yet we continue to do it. Studies have shown that spending too much time on social media affects our relationships, affects our ability to empathize, doesn't help us sleep so well. Anyone who has a teenage son will know that it's easier to communicate with him on Snapchat than it is face to face. And throughout this process, there is one thing that is the missing link: thought. Thought is not reality, but is through thought that our realities are created. So what can we do with thought? What can we do with our thinking? Is there anything that we can do with it? I want to do a little experiment now. So let's see if we can get you to do a little thought experiment, because you actually have a superhero in your brain right now. By the way, your thinking works from the moment you are born until the moment you stand up on stage in front of a room full of people. Okay, everybody shut your eyes. I want you to imagine something. I want you to really imagine it. I want you to imagine what happened to get you here. Did you take the train? Did you drive? Did you walk? Did you cycle? Did you swim? There's been a lot of rain recently. We can all imagine what happened because we've all done it. But now I want you to imagine after you leave today, will you be able to do the same exercise? Will you be able to take the train, to jump in a car, to walk? And now open your eyes. Now, is there anyone who doesn't think they can do that? Of course we do. We've just imagined a possibility. We have a belief that we can do it. And we know that we can do it. Why don't we do that with the rest of our lives? Why don't we imagine 1 year, 2 years, 5 years ahead, 10 years, 20 years? Why don't we do that? I work with entrepreneurs on a daily basis. Entrepreneurs have two main concerns. The first one is survival, the second one is fulfillment. If they can get their bills paid, they're happy. And then they go on to what they want to leave as a legacy. It goes back to me as a baby. We can use the power of thought and we can use it to create a better future. So why do we find it so hard to imagine what it would be like in 5, 10, 15 years' time? Well, there is actually a reason. When we think about ourselves, when we think about what we are like, and we have a connection with that, the premedial frontal lobe is what lights up. Now, when we think about others, especially people that we don't have an association with, there is less activity in that part of the brain. And the more we think about ourselves in the future, the further away it is, the harder it is for us to relate to that person. So the less we think about going down to the gym or saving money for the future. The less we think about climate change as something that we have to do for our children and our grandchildren. And even the data shows that when we have children and grandchildren, it still doesn't help. So what does help? What can help? What does make us change? What does make us do these actions? Well, it's been shown that meditation, especially in nature, really helps us to clear the mind. Why is that? Well, we're surrounding ourselves with a system in balance. These systems that are in alignment, and we're connecting with them. When we meditate, our thinking slows down, and we allow new thought to come through. This is a man called Jonas Salk. He invented the polio vaccine. I pictured myself as a virus or a cancer cell, and I tried to sense what it would be like. There is hope in dreams, imagination, and in the courage of those who wish to make those dreams a reality. It is always with excitement that I wake up in the morning wondering what my intuition will toss up to me. Like gifts from the sea, I work with it and rely on it. It's my partner. Albert Einstein was just as likely to think of a cheese sandwich as he was the general theory of relativity. When we ask problem solvers when they get their best ideas, it's usually the same answers. When I'm not thinking about the problem, when I'm in the shower, when I'm walking the dog, when I'm driving to work. Thought is the messenger, thought is the delivery system. Now here's someone who had a life-changing experience. This is Carl O'Hare. He's the modern-day version of Jonas Salk. At 38, he sold his technology company to one of the largest legal firms in the world, bringing him hundreds of millions of pounds. And he went to retire. He's currently living in Perth, in Western Australia. But after 4 years of getting rather bored surfing and hanging out in coffee shops, he had a life-changing experience. He nearly died. And it was because of that moment that he realized that he needed to use what he had, his knowledge, for good. So the first thing he did was he created one-click websites, which helps entrepreneurs to create a website to help share their gifts with the world. But more importantly, he's just launched this. It's called Awaken. It's the first conscious social media app. He wants to share wisdom, he wants to share insight, and he wants people to connect. He wants people to feel that connection and share what he's learned. He wants to leave a legacy. This is Nathan Copeland. It's a little video, it's a 1-minute video, and Nathan Copeland is quadriplegic. He had a car accident where he was paralysed from the neck down. He was part of a study which aimed to get his thinking creating the movement in a robotic arm.
Depending on what electrode they stimulate on, there are different sensations I can feel across different points on my hand. So sometimes it's pressure, sometimes it's just a tingle, warmth. The first time it was really cool. It's kind of like, did that really just happen? Now it's just second nature.
He has been implanted with microelectrode arrays in his motor and somatosensory cortex. You can see that we're recording neural signals from the motor cortex, and we are decoding these signals so that you can control a robotic arm.
I hope that when people have a traumatic injury, that they don't feel like their lives are ruined, that one day there will be cures for things like spinal cord injury. If you have lost a limb, you can get one that's maybe even better than the one you had before.
You become what you feel you attract, what you imagine you create. Thought is the delivery system. Thought is the messenger. Where are your thoughts taking you today? You have this superpower gift inside of you. Your thinking creates your future. Success does not exist in the future. Success exists in the present, in the next thought and action that you take. We can have thoughts of love. We can have thoughts of innovation. We can have thoughts of creativity. We can have thoughts of hope. And the power of that thinking lies in your expectations. Thank you.
So thank you very, very much to Damien. I just want to make you guys aware that we are going to have a very, very short break now, which will only be 10 minutes. There are some light refreshments. Again, feel free to help yourself. Just on the topic of expectation, I think success is something that is very much individual. Some people view success as climbing the entire mountain, whereas others view success as the small steps that they take to achieving that. So do ask yourself how successful you are, maybe during the break, and have a discussion. Thank you very much, guys. Beautiful. Right, so thank you all very, very much. We hope that you've enjoyed the conference thus far, and we are kind of coming to a close, coming to conclude this day's event, but not until a few more things, one of which is our final speaker. So if you please give a round of applause to our final speaker, Andrew.
Well, hello everyone. Now I've been asked to talk about faith and science in the context of TEDxpectations, the overall theme of this event. But I have to begin with a little confession. I'm not much interested in expectations. I'm much more interested in unexpectations. I'm much more interested in the things that strike us like lightning out of a clear sky. I'm much more interested in the things that change the way we look at the world, the way we understand the world, and perhaps also our lives. But to make these events, make this account a little bit more interesting, I want to present my talk in the context of a story. And the story is quite famous. It's The Snow Queen by Hans Christian Andersen. It was rather adapted a few years ago into a very successful film called Frozen. But the original story is very interesting. And I read it when I was 8 years old, and the meaning of it suddenly hit me like lightning out of a clear sky 40 years later. So the title of my talk is Faith, Science and Understanding, with the subtitle Escaping the Snow Queen's Palace. Now, the story begins, and there are two children, and they live in the frozen north, somewhere. And the winters are long and they're hard. But these two children play happily together. One is called Kai, or Kay, and the other is Gerda. And one day, their happy lives are interrupted because Kai gets splinters in his eye, and the splinters also go into his heart. And the splinters come from fragments of a broken mirror. And these fragments are floating all through the atmosphere. And the mirror was made by an evil demon and broken. And then all the fragments have been scattered across the earth. And these fragments get into Kai's eye and into his heart, and they change the way he looks at the world. He no longer has any interest in living and growing things. He no longer has any interest in personal relationships. He admires only geometric beauty, like snowflakes, and he also boasts of his rational knowledge, his knowledge of statistics, his knowledge of his times tables. And in this rather cold mood, he meets the Snow Queen. And the Snow Queen kisses him, which leaves him numb. And she carries him away in her sledge to her castle. And in the castle there's a frozen lake, described in the story as the Mirror of Understanding. And Kai is left on this frozen lake, trying to rearrange blocks of ice. He's fascinated by this game of rearranging blocks of ice, trying to spell the word eternity, without which he cannot leave. So that's the setup of the story, and I'm moving forward a bit here, so I'll go back. And I'll finish the story at the end of my talk. But to interpret the story, I want to just first of all go into a little bit of my own background. Because as you see, I'm a Christian minister, I'm actually a Roman Catholic priest, but that's not what I expected to be as a teenager. I really wanted to be an astronaut, and to go into space, and to explore strange new worlds. But I discovered there were no jobs for astronauts in this country and in most countries of the world. So I thought I'll go into science of some sort. But what science to choose? I was interested in all the sciences, really. But I decided in the end to hedge my bets and study physics, because I intuited, correctly as it turned out, that physics is the basis of most of the modern sciences. It's the first of the modern sciences. And so I concentrated on physics and went to Oxford. And at Oxford, I discovered another kind of space, different from outer space, and that space is inner space. And inner space is actually enormous. We can, it's the size of the atom, about 10 to the minus 10 meters. We can go down another 25, a factor of 10, 25 times before space begins to break up. So there's a vast amount of space at the basis of reality. Much more than in outer space, in fact, if you take the diameter of the Earth compared to the radius of the observable universe. And I got interested in inner space, and this was a good time. Let me just see if I can move the slide forward a bit. There we go. Because in Europe, we begin to move into the lead in the world in high energy physics, the study of very small things. Of course, to study very small things, we paradoxically need enormous machines, very expensive machines, and this is the machine I worked on, a large electron-positron collider, 27 kilometers in circumference. and it fires matter and antimatter beams head-on into one another. Someone has compared particle physics to the act of throwing a piano down the flight of stairs and trying to work out what is made, how it's constructed by the sound it makes when it hits the bottom. And if you do that with thousands of times and thousands of pianos, you can begin to maybe make a model of what the piano was like before you smashed it. That's what we do with particle physics. We smash things as hard as possible and we measure their decays. So if you want to smash things up, this is the place to do. And it works at LEP, Large Electron Positron Collider, and this was a readout from an experiment I worked on called Delphi. And we wrap detectors around the collision point and we reconstruct the particle tracks. Well, that was rather fun. We were trying to find the Higgs boson, we didn't find it. But at the time, someone at CERN invented something which has changed all our lives. And that is the World Wide Web. And I always remember at the time, no one took it seriously. No one expected it to come along. Talk about the unexpected. The gurus were saying the internet will never be important. And in 3 months, it spread everywhere through the world. Let's go back a little bit. And quite shocking, I remember going to South America and seeing a restaurant with a website address. Just a few months later, this is astonishing to me. It has spread so fast to so many parts of the world. Well, that was rather fun, but if you're not going to do particle physics, then you have to get out because it's a field on its own with not really linked to anything else, much. I spent 7 years in business, 3 years in this country, 4 years I created my own business, working for a company in South America. After that, I had a call, as I interpreted it, to become a Catholic priest. I did a cost-benefit analysis because that's what I was as a businessman. I had to always make decisions. And one thing that struck me in business is we make things that don't have any lasting value. By the time you've built a smartphone, it's already obsolete. So I was a bit not exactly happy about how much time I was spending on things that don't last very long. And the job of the priest, like the teacher really, is the human soul, which I think is forever. So it seemed like a good investment. And when I started training as a priest, the church taught me philosophy. And I was amazed. I thought, why has no one taught me philosophy before? I actually had a degree from Oxford in natural philosophy, but that's what they call physics. But philosophy itself I never studied. And I was a technical barbarian. And suddenly I was introduced to the humanities, and it was quite awesome. So I sucked up as much philosophy as possible, eventually 8 years, including 4 years in the States. And then back to Oxford in the theology faculty. So don't worry about what you're going to do when you leave school or college. You can keep changing many times. In fact, that's rather fun. I do recommend it. Okay, so I'm back at Oxford in theology. Now, I want to just address this faith and science issue. And I want to do it in 2 ways. I want to first of all look at the naive conflict metaphor. Because I quite often go to schools, for example, I give talks on faith and science, and a bright sixth former will say to me, how can I be a priest and believe in the Big Bang Theory, for example? I say, well, we invented it. And no one knows this. I mean, here's Albert Einstein. No one recognises Albert Einstein there. They don't recognise the man on the other side. That's Georges Lemaitre. He was a Belgian astrophysicist. He solved Einstein's equations to predict universal expansion. And he also gave us a way of testing universal expansion. And that was tested a few years later by Edwin Hubble, after whom the Hubble Space Telescope is named. The law he gave us actually has been renamed. It's been called the Hubble Law for a long time, but it has been decided to rename it the Hubble-Lemaitre Law because to recognise better the contributions of this man. And he was a Catholic priest. And it's worth noting that the church didn't persecute him or anything. He was made president of the Pontifical Academy of Sciences in 1936 and a Monsignor in 1960. Move on a little bit. Here are a few other names. Just counterexamples to the naive conflict metaphor. So this is the director of the Vatican Observatory in the 19th century, Angelo Secchi. He gives his name to a kind of star called the Secchi variable, but his most important contribution was the stellar spectroscope. And what this does is it splits the light from stars into its colours. Every star has its own set of colours. And the colours when combined with atomic physics and relativity, those colours tell us what the star's made of and how hot it is, and also how far it's moving away from us or towards us. So there's a lot of information packed into the colours of stars, but you've got to get at those colours, and he invented the instrument for doing it, the stellar spectroscope. And he also measured the spectrum of the sun, which helped us to establish once and for all the sun is a star. Like the other stars, it just happens to be much, much closer to us. So he put astronomy and physics together, father of astrophysics. And here's another one, digital humanities. There's a priest, Roberto Buzzo, with a big IBM mainframe behind him. But he saw in 1946 the potential of computers in the humanities. Now, computers have barely been invented, but he began to be fascinated by what they could do for the humanities subjects. In the Catholic Church, we have this very ordered thinker called Thomas Aquinas. His work is fantastically ordered, but it's very hard to represent it on paper. Computers are much better. And this was Roberto Buzzo's vision. And he began digitizing all the works of Thomas Aquinas. And he got 30 years of funding from IBM to do that. It's the first digital humanities project in the world. So there are lots of names like this. And here's another one that you're probably a bit surprised about. The first woman professor of mathematics, Maria Agnesi. In 1750, she was appointed to the chair of mathematics at the University of Bologna. 1750. That's nearly 150 years before the first woman to get a PhD in mathematics in the United States or in Britain. And she was appointed by a Pope, Pope Benedict XIV. And here's some other names. Laura Bassi, on the left, the first woman to earn a professorship in physics, also supported, by the way, by the future Pope Benedict XIV. And Elena Cornaro Piscopia, Venetian Catholic, the first woman in the world to receive a PhD degree in 1678. I've only come across these names somewhat by accident, and no one ever taught me these things. And there's a story here, away from the Anglo-Saxon world, that I think we really need to know more about. So, I could add many other names. Gregor Mendel, father of genetics, a monk, bred 29,000 pea plants to give us the laws of genetics. There are many other names like this. So clearly, you can be a person of faith and a person of science. There's no room for a naive conflict metaphor. I want to look now at a slightly deeper issue, and it's the issue of the representations we use to describe the world. And when Newton gave us modern physics, I think it was a kind of Faustian bargain, because he gave us a lot of power to predict what happens, but there is a price to be paid, and the price is to do with the representation of the world. So when Newton started to put forward his equations of motion and his law of gravity, he started by describing a representation of reality, of points in space. Points in space. And you can call this Cartesian space, 90 degrees. And you will be familiar with this from school, X and Y and Z axes. And we put things in space, and we measure how they move in space, and so on. It's quite a strange way of looking at the world. And it started as a representation. Now people think of it as the reality. That's how the world works. But it is a problem in some ways. Let me show you how space has changed. So this is a space in the Middle Ages, the Sainte-Chapelle extraordinary building in Paris. And look at the way the stone flies upwards and is full of light. This is transcendental architecture. So it points upwards, lifts the heart and mind upwards. And of course, my own university, if I can get it up here, yes, Oxford. So here, it's very impractical. Look at those points, all that architecture points upwards. We probably wouldn't build buildings like this today unless we were copying the same style. It's impractical, but think of the way it changes your view of space. And by contrast, all the buildings we build today are very blocky, and often the same in all the big cities of the world. I worked in Sao Paulo for a while. It's office blocks to the horizon. largest city in the southern hemisphere. The angle it's celebrated is the 90-degree angle. It's a Cartesian city, you might say. But then again, so is New York. Blocky architecture, it's practical architecture, but it's not transcendent architecture. Okay, so what is this to do with the Snow Queen? I'll come back to that now. Now here's the thing, I mentioned that Kai is trapped on the mirror of understanding, rearranging blocks of ice. And there's a very famous philosopher who died of the cold. And the end of his life is also associated with the Queen of Sweden. And this was the philosopher Descartes, who gave us Cartesian graphs, who gave us this representation of the world. And I suspect that Hans Christian Andersen was writing a parable for us of Descartes, or the problems with his way of representing the world, the Cartesian thinking, the blocky stuff here. And the challenge is, this is a useful representation to represent the world in this blocky fashion, but it's inadequate even in the world of physics. So the great name of early 20th century physics, Albert Einstein. But Einstein realized that space is not constantly rectilinear. It can be stretched, it can be warped. That light is more fundamental than space or time. And this is it took a lot of imagination to think its way out of the Cartesian box. That's why we celebrate him, of course, as a great scientist. And to give another example, in the area of quantum mechanics. In quantum mechanics, sometimes two parts of a system can be spatially separated, yet behave as if that separation does not exist. Very weird. But the world is more than the Cartesian representation of a box within which things move. So I think that the story of the Snow Queen is a warning not to cease making use of these representations, but a warning of mistaking them for reality, of ceasing to look at living and growing things, of ceasing to look at relationships, that not everything can be measured with respect to a coordinate system. Fortunately in the story, and not necessarily in the life of Descartes, but fortunately in the story, his playmate has not given up on him. And she goes to try to find him. Let's see if we can get this through. Yes. So there's Gerda. After many adventures, she finally finds the palace of the Snow Queen, and she goes inside. And she finds Kai, but Kai doesn't respond to her. He just sits there inert, fascinated by his blocks of ice. And eventually she just cries, and she cries over him. And the tears flow down, and they melt the splinter in his eye and in his heart. And suddenly, he recognizes her. And then he wonders where he is. And then the puzzle solves itself. And then he walks out the palace with her. Move forward one. So what are the lessons we can learn from this? Well, really try to be open to the unexpected. Not everything that's going to be good in this world is just what we expect to find. We need those revelations. We need those insights to pull us into a bigger world, to help us to see things from new perspectives. And there are two qualities particularly needed. One is the quality of humility, in the sense of ceasing to resist the presentation of a new reality. And then also the relationship with other persons. Because the whole task of teachers, or priests, or the Holy Spirit of God is often to get through to us and to draw us out into a bigger reality. I showed here an example famous in the Christian tradition of St. Paul going to Damascus to kill Christians. And suddenly he sees a light from heaven, and it changes the whole way he looks at the world. It changes his life, and he becomes a great Christian missionary. want to finish off with a bit of beauty in modern art, which does exist. And a few years ago I went to the Sagrada Familia, which is still under construction in Barcelona. This is a very countercultural project, really. It's a giant Catholic basilica in the most secular city in Europe, Barcelona. And it's not finished yet, but when Gaudi started to build it, he said, "My client is not in a hurry." And he got 25% of it finished, enough for the project to continue after his death. And it's about 10 years away now from completion. And it's awesomely beautiful. But it's all oriented towards the transcendent, to that which is beyond the everyday, which is beyond a narrow life. And it's almost like the way that it's built, it's inviting us to follow those lines up to heaven. So I don't believe in expectations, I believe in unexpectations, and I hope that you have many fruitful unexpectations in your own life. Thank you very much.
So that concludes our speakers for the day, and thank you very, very much to Andrew. I think it's probably one of those topics that most people, don't really have a strong relationship between science and faith, and I myself can probably also say I wouldn't really correlate the two. But a very, very insightful talk, so thank you very, very much for that. As I mentioned earlier, we do have one final TED video to bless you guys with, and we really, really hope that you enjoy it. I want to just say, though, before we show you that, a massive thank you to you guys. We really, really hope that you have enjoyed the talk. And I'd like to invite on Jana and Gina. So, I suppose from all of us, from committee, I want to thank you both very, very much for being able to work with you. I think as well these lovely ladies have worked super, super hard, super proud, and I think probably without them I might have torn out all of my hair. But also the team in a wider sense, so our TEDx team, but also the tech Rhubarb team have worked incredibly, incredibly hard in what they've been doing, so thank you all very, very much. We hope that you have enjoyed it. We hope that you would kind of take the opportunity after the video to really engage with the speakers that we have.
Yeah, before I suppose we talk about anything specific about the team and sort of how we'd like to thank the individual teams that make up the whole committee, which I'll leave Jana to do. I would really, really just like to extend my gratitude to all the speakers as well who've taken their time out, to their family, their friends, everyone who has supported them and have come here today to have their back. To you as an audience, I really appreciate taking up the time, supporting us as well as committee, but also being the community that we would love to represent. So if you have any feedback or any points, please find us in the networking session and we'd love to hear your thoughts. And as James has said, Rhubarb, we owe our entire conference to you, so thank you very much for your incredible hard work. You've got an incredible talent. Your team has devoted themselves and they really just are stellar, so thank you so much. And yeah, obviously thanks to the team, the individual teams that Jana will talk about more.
Yeah, honestly, like it's really simple. Like I'm just really happy that we've done what we've done, that I met the people that I've met. James, Gina, no, really, like I'm really, thank you, because as an audience as well, you guys have been super, super respectful. It was just like, I think an immense pleasure for all of us, and like we're really proud, so yeah, that's just basically it.
Thank you.
So without any further wait, we will now play the final video. So we really hope that you enjoy this final TED video and let us know your thoughts.
I did everything I was supposed to do. I got good grades in high school, I took AP classes, I went to a good college, I got a great job. I climbed the career ladder. On paper, I had it all. I was making $70,000 a year at the age of 28. I was working for the federal government. I had health care, I had benefits, I had job security. You literally can't get fired from working for the government. Trust me, there are people that should. My parents were impressed. My friends were impressed. My boss told me I was doing a great job. I'd go to happy hour and tell everyone I was the special assistant to the director of global operations at the US Peace Corps, and everyone thought that was so cool. They asked for my business card. I got to sit in on meetings at the White House. Everything was perfect about my job, except for one tiny, kind of important thing. I was miserable. How did I know I was miserable? Every single morning when my alarm would go off at 6:30 in the morning to NPR, I'd feel a shooting pain go up and down my back. I felt this pain when I was getting out of bed, when I was brushing my teeth, when I was getting dressed and putting on my shirt and tie, when I was taking the bus down to work, when I scanned my ID badge in at the office, when I rode up the elevator to my desk, when I was sitting at my desk typing memos, when my boss would invite me in for meetings and we'd talk about best practices, and when my boss would email me every single night on my BlackBerry at 10 p.m. The pain was so bad, I developed shingles on my side. Shingles is a nerve disease common among people over the age of 70, not 20-somethings. This was the pain of confusion. It was the pain of climbing this career ladder to success and realizing that I was nowhere. I was somewhere I didn't want to be. I was stuck in a quarter-life crisis. And I was spending a lot of time on Facebook, overdosing on FOMO, fear of missing out, comparing myself to what my friends were doing. So there was my friend going off to business school, and I was like, maybe I should get my MBA. And there was my friend going to teach at a charter school, and I was like, maybe I should go work at a charter school. And there was my friend opening a food truck, and I was like, maybe I should open a food truck, even though I'm an awful driver and a really bad cook. And so there was a buddy of mine, he'd already graduated from one of the top law schools in the country, got this amazing job at one of the top corporate firms, making well over 6 figures. And he's like, he's got it all figured out. And there he is traveling with his fiance, right? Traveling with his girlfriend in Peru, getting engaged at sunset in front of Machu Picchu. And I'm like, man, this guy's got it all figured out. He's got this amazing job. He's already going to get married. He's at Machu Picchu. I hate my job. I hate my life. I can't even get a date on OkCupid. My life is ruined. I'm a goner. And it was only when I met other young people going through the exact same thing I was that I was able to turn my quarter-life crisis into a breakthrough. So this talk's going to teach you a few lessons I learned on my journey that can help anyone that's stuck in a quarter-life crisis or help all of you avoid your quarter-life crisis and find meaningful work. So the first lesson I learned, find believers. Surround yourself with people that believe in the beauty of their dreams. Because I used to come home in DC every night to my roommate Dan, and I'd be like, Dan, I hate my job. I don't want to do this anymore. I want to move across the country. I want to live in San Francisco. I've always wanted to live there. I want to start writing. I want to start being a creative. I want to start supporting social entrepreneurs. I want to start supporting young people that are going after their dreams. And Dan would look at me, stare, roll his eyes, take a swig of beer, say, Smiley, suck it up. Everyone hates their job. It's part of life. And I was like, man, that's kind of brutal. I was 28 at the time, which is old, but it's not that old. I didn't really want to spend the next 40 years of my life depressed. But you know what? The majority of the world thinks like Dan. 70% of Americans are disengaged at their jobs. 70%. 1/5 of those people are so disengaged, they're actively undermining their coworkers' work. They're literally getting paid to mess things up for the company that they work for. And this is a shame. It's a shame because millions of people wake up every day unfulfilled, depressed, not showing up fully for themselves, their families, their communities, or the world at large. So then I met believers. I went to a leadership program that brings together 20-somethings that are interested in creating social change, that are interested in social entrepreneurship, that are interested in using business for good. The program was called Starting Block. And at Starting Block, I met believers. I met people like Debbie. Debbie was starting Goldie Blocks, a toy company that teaches young girls engineering skills. I met people like Ted. Ted started MoneyThink, which is a nonprofit that teaches financial literacy and entrepreneurship to urban youth. I met people like Tom. Tom started Rising Tide Car Wash, a small business in South Florida with his father that employs people with autism. So I met these believers, and they're like, wait a second, Smiley. You want to leave DC, you want to move to San Francisco, you want to start writing, you want to start supporting social entrepreneurs. You have to do that. The world needs you to do that. Because a crazy thing happens when you find believers. You find accountability. Now, normally in the real world, you tell someone you're going to quit your job, and they're like, yeah, dude, you said that like 6 months ago. Everyone's going to quit their job. Whatever, you're not going to do it. Right? You tell someone you're going to write a book, and they're like, everyone's writing a book. I'll believe it when I see it. You'll never do it. Not when you tell believers. Because when you tell believers, you have accountability. I told my buddy Evan that I was going to quit my job at Starting Block, and you know what he asked me? One simple question. When? When are you going to have the talk with your boss? And he texted me every single week after that program. Have you had the talk with your boss yet? Have you had the talk with your boss yet? Have you had the talk with your boss yet? Have you had the talk with your boss yet? I'd be in meetings with senior officials at the White House getting texts and calls from this guy. I was like, you got to stop calling me, man. You're going to get me arrested. But you know what? The only reason I did have that talk with my boss, the only reason I did quit my job, the only reason I did move across the country to a city I wanted to live in, the only reason I did write a book, the only reason I did start supporting social entrepreneurs, and the only reason I'm standing here right now is because people like Evan held me accountable. Because when you find believers, you find accountability. Thank you. Now, people like Debbie and Ted and Tom weren't talking about making lots of money. They weren't talking about rising up the corporate ladder. They weren't talking about getting featured in TechCrunch or Fast Company. They were talking about making the world more innovative, compassionate, and sustainable. They were talking about using their access, their privilege, and their skills to empower people less fortunate than them. Because the success symbol for my generation, for our generation, isn't climbing the career ladder. It's doing work that matters. So we're not the me generation. 50% of millennials, that's most of you in this room, would take a pay cut to find work that matches their values. 90% of millennials want to use their skills for good. Despite unprecedented levels of unemployment and student debt, our generation wants to work with purpose. So how do you actually find meaningful work? Well, the second lesson I learned is that you have to stop comparing yourself to others and start pursuing what is meaningful to you. So I went back and I interviewed my friend, the corporate lawyer that had it all figured out, that was married, that got engaged at Machu Picchu. I was like, man, you got this great job, you're making all this money. What's the secret? What's the secret? And you know what he told me? He told me that after 3 years of law school, hundreds of thousands of dollars of student debt, and now making all this money at the corporate firm, that he was miserable as a corporate lawyer. And that he was going to go back to grad school at the age of 30 to become a high school social studies teacher. Right? Which is great for him. But what's the lesson? What's the lesson? Nobody knows what they're doing. Nobody has it figured out. The grass is always greener. Instead of comparing yourself to others, instead of comparing yourself to everyone on Facebook, start figuring out what it is you want. Don't climb the career ladder to nowhere. Build a career that matters to you. So why are you here? What do you want to do for others? How can you align your own gifts, your unique gifts, with the impact you want to have on the world in a way that supports your desired quality of life? And you know what the beautiful thing about meaning is? The beautiful thing about alignment? There's no one answer. No two people's definition are the same. I don't know what's right for you. I'm still trying to figure out what's right for myself. Now, Debbie, she started Goldilocks because of the discrimination that she faced as one of the only female engineering students at Stanford University. Ted started MoneyThink because when he was growing up in Chicago, he realized he had a lot of opportunities due to his privilege that his peers simply didn't have. And Tom started Rising Tide Car Wash because he saw how hard it was for his own brother to find a job because his own brother has autism. So they had a personal connection to their work. Meaning is personal. So what makes you tick? Not your parents, not your boss, not your friends on Facebook. What makes you tick? Why are you here? How will you create your own path? And the third lesson I learned is that you have to start hustling. You have to start hustling with intention. You have to start hustling with purpose. Now, a lot of people like to call our generation lazy, the lazy generation. It's like, are you kidding me? Lazy? I've been working for 10 years since college, and I still owe Sally Mae $10,000 in student loans. So Sally Mae, if I ever see you on Tinder, I'm swiping left. Now, Debbie and Ted and Tom, they weren't working 4 hours a week. They were working 40, 50, 60 hours a week on something they cared about. Now, why would you want to automate something that brings you joy? Why would you want to automate something that impacts the world, that impacts others? These people weren't automating, they were hustling. They were working hard on something that matters. I was working 4 different jobs when I was writing a book because I had to pay rent and pay my loans. Now, a lot of people hear my story and they're like, that's it, I got to quit my job tomorrow, I'm out, peace. That's not my message, that's not what I'm saying. Now, a lot of you may have heard of Debbie and heard of Goldilocks, but what you might not know is that she had a full-time job while she was starting that company. She was working as the marketing director for a jewelry company in San Francisco. She stayed on at that job for 9 months after she had the idea for Goldilocks. Why? Well, first of all, she knew she was going to start her own business, so she needed to save money. Very practical reason. But second of all, she felt like she was getting paid to go to business school. Rather than pay a lot of money to go get an MBA, she was earning a paycheck and learning invaluable skills in marketing, retail, distribution, sales that she knew she'd be able to apply to her own business when she left and started her own company. So you don't have to quit your job tomorrow. Matter of fact, you don't even need to have a job. I'm going to tell the story of my friend Bernat. So I met this crazy guy once in San Francisco. I'm biking home, and all of a sudden this stranger starts talking to me. He's like, hey man, how's your day going? I was like, I don't know, leave me alone, I don't know you. Right? He keeps biking alongside me. He's like, hey man, I just got here from Spain, I'm looking for a job. I was like, I don't know you, leave me alone. He keeps biking alongside me, and he's like, hey, I just moved here from Barcelona. I'm a UX UI designer, a really good designer. I'm trying to find a job. I've had 6 interviews this week. If I don't get a job, I have to go back to Spain. I need a work visa to stay here in the United States. There's not that many jobs in Spain. I really want to stay. And I was like, well, actually, my best friend was just living in Barcelona. It's a beautiful city. Let me check out your website. And he was like, well, what are you working on? And I was like, well, I'm writing this book. And he goes, well, do you have a cover designer? I was like, no, not yet. So I go home, I check out his website. I was like, wow, this guy's a pretty good designer. This guy's pretty kick-ass. He's awesome. So I was like, hey, Bernat, maybe you could design my book cover. And then I post on Facebook like, hey, just met this crazy guy, Bernat, from Barcelona. Does anyone need a designer? I know a lot of people in startups. Does anyone need a designer? Maybe Bernat can help you. About 5 minutes later, my friend Yi comments. He's like, actually, my friends are starting a startup in Palo Alto. I think there's like 3 of them. They don't really know what they're doing. They're figuring out. They could use a designer. So Bernat meets with this team. They hit it off. He gets hired as their lead designer. It's like a 4-person team. He's super excited. He texts me. He's like, Smiley, thank you. I got this job. And I was like, thank you, man. You made the ask. Right? So it goes by. He helps me design this book cover. And then about 6-7 months later, I get a text from Bernat. He's like, Smiley, I'm taking you out to dinner. Anywhere you want to go. I was like, awesome. I want to get taken out to dinner. Great. So we go out to dinner. I'm like, what's going on, man? What's up? Like, why are you taking me out to dinner? Like, I have some money. I'm a writer. I'm mostly broke, but we can split the check or something. And he goes, well, the company I started working for after I met you. I was like, yeah. They had just been acquired by Yahoo for $80 million. Right? And it's a small team. So Bernat had equity. It was like a 4 or 5-person team. He was one of the first people on the team. And he was thanking me, and I was like, you should thank yourself. You know why? Because Bernat made the ask. He talked to a random stranger on a bicycle in a city that he didn't live in a country that he's not even from. He made the ask. So do not let being a beginner limit your hustle. Take a risk. Sign up for the class. Volunteer. Go abroad. Work abroad. Launch the crowdfunding campaign. Thank you. Start the blog, build that website, make the ask. People will support you when you start working with purpose. Now, this isn't about finding your one calling or your one purpose, because I don't think that that's possible. I think I've already had 8 callings and I'm only 31, which is not that old, I swear. But I am saying that if you find believers now, if you stop comparing yourself to others now, and if you hustle to pursue what is meaningful to you now, you will change your life, you will change the lives of others, and you will change the world. Now, people like Debbie and Ted and Tom changed my life. They're the only reason I'm standing here right now and not sitting at home on Facebook, depressed, worrying about what all my friends are doing, worrying about my friend, the corporate lawyer, that doesn't even want to be a corporate lawyer. Because when you pursue meaningful work, you inspire others to as well. You ensure that the workforce of the future will be spending its days empowering girls to become engineers, teaching financial literacy and entrepreneurship to urban youth, employing people with disabilities, and ensuring that every single person in this room and those not in this room reaches their full potential. So you can call us idealistic. You can certainly call me idealistic. I mean, my name is Smiley. But we are not the me generation. We are the purpose generation. And we will be engaged with our work because we have to. The challenges facing our generation are simply too serious to ignore. They're too serious to only worry about on the weekend or too serious to only worry about after 5 p.m. We can't be stuck in a high school crisis, a quarter-life crisis, a third-life crisis, or a midlife crisis. We can't climb the career ladder to nowhere. The stakes are too damn high. Thank you.